This Red Sox Rays series on Nesson is brought to you by LL Bean, inspiring products designed for a reason. And on this Mother's Day at Fenway, the Red Sox and Rays will try to complete this three-game series. They've split the first two, but Mother Nature may have a hand in this Sunday afternoon finale. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Fenway. Happy Mother's Day to you. I'm Dave O'Brien. My partner is Jerry Remy, and Jemiah Webster is coming our way in just a couple of moments. This storm came our way, and it may not be done yet, Jerry. Could be a factor today, but nothing seems to be bothering Craig Kimbrell. Every time he comes out of that bullpen, he's golden.
Well, you know, Dave, I think even Hall of Fame closers right now are looking at Kimbrell and what he's doing and going, wow, this is something special that we're watching, because it really is. You go back to the ball game yesterday, a couple of strikeouts for him in the ninth inning, both on fastballs, as you'll see right here. The fastball being clocked at 98, 99 miles an hour. I mean, the numbers are absolutely off the charts for him recently. I don't think I've ever seen anybody go through a stretch that's been this good. The last 8 games, 8 saves, 7 2/3 innings. Look at the strikeouts, 16 strikeouts in that time, and no walks for Kimbrell. Opponents hitting .080. He has struck out 13 of the last 15 batters he's faced. Now, as I said, you know, I can remember a lot of great closers in this game, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody as intimidating and dominating as he's been over the last 8 games.
And as you've said several times, it's nothing but strikes.
Strike, fastball, breaking ball, all strikes.
Pretty amazing. Well, the Red Sox attempting to close out the 3-game series. This was a mini homestand, all against Tampa Bay. Weather permitting, of course. More showers could be on the way, but the Red Sox trying to get after the Tampa Bay Rays and win the series here this afternoon on this blustery and chilly Mother's Day. Toyota's website for deals, buyatoyota.com. Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. Lexus and the Lexus Strikes Out Hunger program. Plainridge Park Casino, 45 minutes from Boston. Your New England Audi dealers in the all-new 2018 Audi Q5. And by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Just about all set for the first pitch as the crowd is continuing to gather here. Time for a look at the Rays lineup, brought to you by New England Chevy dealers, and it'll be Steven Souza lead things off. He's in right field. Corey Dickerson in left. Evan Longoria third base. Logan Morrison with 10 home runs is the cleanup man. Ricky Weeks the DH. Brad Miller at second. Tim Beckham at short. Kevin Kiermaier in center field hitting eighth. And Jesus Sucre is the catcher and the number 9 hitter. Facing a Red Sox starter presented by your New England Audi dealers. That's Drew Pomeranz, 3-2, an ERA of 5.23.
Second time that he's faced the Rays this season. The first game was 4 1/3 innings. He lasted, had 10 strikeouts, but gave up 5 earned runs in that ball game against the Rays.
The Sox are 4-2 in his start so far in 2017. We are set for the first pitch. That surprises a lot of people. There were many who looked at the forecast yesterday for today and thought absolutely no way would this game be played.
Yeah, basically down to just a little bit of drizzle right now here at Fenway.
And the 0-1. Line to right. Mookie Betts in those fashionable shoes makes the play.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. They are 14th in the American League, 31 errors, 36 games. Devin Marrero at third base. Xander Bogaerts the shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second. Mitch Moreland the first baseman. Left to right, Andrew Benintendi, Jackie Bradley Jr. and Mookie Betts. And Christian Vasquez doing the catching for Pomeranz.
They'll send up Corey Dickerson, their left fielders, off to an excellent start, hitting .326 with 6 home runs. He's been a tough out. Pomeranz so far has allowed 7 home runs in 31 innings, and that one is knocked foul. For strike 1 on Dickerson, Longoria on deck. Yankees game yesterday against Houston was rained out, but they have much better weather today, and that weather is headed this way. Red Sox will be headed for St. Louis tonight. And a series that begins on Tuesday. 2 games there, and then it'll be off to Oakland for 4. And Pomeranz with a 1-1. That one's socked toward the alley. No one's going to get this one. It's out into that triangle. Jackie Bradley has to scurry to get it. Rounding second, heading for third. Dickerson, here's the throw. And not in time. It'll be 3 bases for Corey Dickerson.
Yeah, Dickerson, he continues to swing the bat well. He's on an 8-game hitting streak now. Gets the breaking ball on time from Pomeranz and finds the hole between Jackie Bradley and Mookie Betts. That ball rolling back to the 420. So an easy triple that time for Dickerson. See how muddy it is out there on the warning track, and Bradley had to be very careful as he tiptoed back to get that baseball.
And Red Sox are going to bring the infield in with Longoria the batter. And his history with Pomeranz certainly in the left-hander's favor. He's 1 for 11 against Drew. Fly ball center field. That'll get the job done. Bradley backing up makes the catch. Tagging at third is Dickerson. He will score easily. It is 1-0 Tampa Bay. 17th RBI of the season for Longoria. Give you a look at the umpires now. They're brought to you by Toyota's website for deals. BuyAToyota.com. Laz Diaz has the plate. Eddings, Blazer, and Nelson, who's the crew chief, around the bases. And we're available. This telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your TV remote. SAP presented by Toyota. Visit Compra2Toyota.com to see Toyota deals not seen on TV.
Buenas tardes, amigos.
2 down, but a run in. And Logan Morrison to climb in. He's showing off excellent power this season with 10 homers. He hit 1 yesterday. One of the 2 hits that Chris Sale allowed while striking out 12. Sale now up to 85 strikeouts in the middle of May. And got the win. So home run yesterday, his 10th, was caught by Danny Farquhar in the Rays bullpen. Got to pull in a page from Robbie Ross Jr., but Robbie was catching him in his hat, remember. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Now Pomeranz just missing the outside corner with that fastball, trying to keep the ball away from Morrison. Morrison with 10 home runs on the season.
He's the quickest Ray to get to 10 home runs since 2009. As the count moves to 2-2.
Red Sox in the shift on the right side. Pedroia in the outfield grass, and Devin Marrero also on that side with him, along with Mitch Moreland.
Temps in the upper 40s as this game gets underway. 1-0 Tampa Bay. Lights are on at Fenway. And the 2-2 from the left-hander, and that'll be up the middle for a base hit.
Now mislocation that time. They wanted to go upstairs with the fastball. You could see Vasquez give the one and then the up high, but he didn't get it up high. He got it down about just about knee high, and he's able to take that ball up the middle for the base hit. Got to give credit to the left-handed hitters against the left-handed pitchers in this series. They've been hanging in there pretty tough against them. Yesterday, the 2 home runs against Sale, both by lefties, but that was it.
Yeah, Morrison hit one, Kiermaier hit the other. Here's Ricky Weeks sitting right at 200. He's never had a hit against Pomeranz. He's 0 for 7. Red Sox did gain some ground in the standings. They are now 3.5 back of the Yankees, who did not play yesterday, and Baltimore lost. So it's actually technically the Yankees and the Orioles tied for first. Red Sox at 19 and 17 after yesterday's win. Ground ball deep short. Bogaerts has to go to second base. Made a fine play there to get him and retire the side. But Tampa Bay jumps out in front against Pomeranz 1-0 after a half inning. Bay with a 1-0 lead. Red Sox lineup now brought to you by Toyota's website for deals. Buyatoyota.com. Mookie Betts really cooking. He's at 305 with 6 home runs to lead it off. Then Dustin Pedroia and Xander Bogaerts. Andrew Benintendi in left. Hanley Ramirez making his return to the lineup as the DH. Moreland at first. Vasquez catching. Jackie Bradley in center field, and Devin Marrero off a really nice day yesterday is at third base and batting ninth. And Mookie likes facing this guy. Matt Andriese, the pitcher, is 2-1 with a 3.12 ERA.
There you see the numbers, 2-1 on the season, a 3.12 ERA, and he gets prone sometimes to the home run ball. And against the Red Sox, 1-1 in his career. That's 6 career appearances, 4 starts.
Betts 6 for 13, a home run against Andriese, and the 2-0. A strike. Andriese on Tuesday against Kansas City was in line for the win in consecutive starts, but Jumbo Diaz blew the save. And a 2-1 on the way. Breaking ball didn't snap. Now 3-1 on Mookie.
Playing Betts to pull in the infield, shading him slightly to the opposite field in the outfield. You see the center fielder Kiermaier covering up that 420 gap.
Wind could wind up being a factor today. It's been blowing in or out to right. Here's the 3-1. All filled up on Betts. Time to see who's been driving the ball, presented by Toyo Tires. Mookie Betts last 6 games, 12 for 26. That's 462 with 4 homers and 12 RBIs. He is on fire. 3-2 from the righty. He walks him. So Betts is on.
The Rays defense is 11th in the league, 27 errors on the season. Evan Longoria will be at third base. Tim Beckham, the shortstop. Brad Miller at second, and Logan Morrison, the first baseman. Left to right, Corey Dickerson, Kevin Kiermaier, Steven Souza Jr., and Jesus Sucre doing the catching for Andres.
Here's Dustin Pedroia, 287, 2 homers, driven in 13. Pedroia 1 for 3 yesterday, hit his 382nd career double, so he has passed Bobby Doerr for 6th all-time in Red Sox history. We get a lot of doubles as of late, 6 of them in his last 8 games.
Pedroia, small sample, but 3 for 6 in his career against Andres, and there you see the all-time double leaders. Yastrzemski on top, and Pedroia between Boggs and Bobby Doerr.
Betts aboard at first. Those custom-made shoes. Perfect on the season, 4 for 4. Tampa Bay in front, 1-0 in the first. And Reese, a guy who will hold on to the ball a long time. He's not exactly Chris Sale out there. That has often been the case with Tampa Bay pitchers. Almost as if in the minor leagues they get a hold of them and say, look, take all the time you want. Relax out there. Make sure everything's in order before you deliver the pitch. So they've had a long line of pitchers who are among the slowest workers in baseball. Betts holding, and a strike.
Pretty nasty right there, getting that fastball to the outside part of the plate for strike 2 against Pedroia. Cutting the corner, going from inside corner to outside corner.
Now Pedroia has seen Andres 6 times. He has 3 hits off him. And the right-hander's also walked him twice. Runner goes. Low pitch is the throw to tag, and he is safe. Mookie Betts steals the base on a muddy track.
Well, he picks up his 5th, and you're exactly right, David. Very difficult to run on this kind of a track because it is wet. And it's tough to get some traction, but Betts gets the head for a slide. Now, when you put a head for a slide in these conditions, a lot of times you just get stuck. But that time he's able to get to the bag and pick up the stolen base, get in scoring position.
Got to be the shoes, huh? Did the trick there. Those custom-made Jordans. So the Sox with a man in scoring position. And it's getting a little bit soupier here at Fenway. A little murkier with the weather. High chop. Betts looking to move up. Beckham will fire to first. Stretched by Morrison gets him down to third base. Betts.
That's a very good read by Mookie Betts right there, because you know a lot of times ground balls to the left side, they won't be going to third base, but he did read that there's no way the shortstop Beckham was going to be able to throw him out. So you get the man to third base with just the 1 out. A lot of times guys would hold on this, but Betts had that play in front of him, knew there was going to be no play because Longoria was pulled off the third base bag. So very good base running.
RBI chance here for Xander Bogaerts. He can tie the game while making an out. Hitting .339, no homers, 10 runs batted in. We had a long hitting streak come to an end yesterday. A 15-gamer that died here as he went 0 for 4, although he did drive in a run.
Infield playing back. The only place that Betts would not be able to score on a ground ball to the infield would probably be one back to the pitcher. The first baseman's back, Logan Morrison. Boy, in that right field, are very, very shallow.
Yeah, Souza's been prone to do that, especially with Bogaerts up there. There's a swing and a foul at the plate.
Yeah, I think they're thinking with Bogaerts is, very seldom does he hit the ball a long way to the opposite field. He gets a lot of hits over there, but a lot of line drive hits and ground ball hits. And you can see where he's playing. I mean, that's very, very shallow.
Bogaerts a career 1 for 12 against Andriese. So not among his favorites, but he's had an excellent May. Hitting the ball harder than he did in April. Some more extra base hits. That first home run has been elusive, and that'll be inside as he jumps out of the way. 2-1.
That fastball averaging about 91, 92 miles an hour to this point in the game. Seen 3 pitches: the fastball, the curveball, and the changeup from Andriese. Looks like the changeup this time.
Betts 90 feet away, and the 2-1. 3 balls a strike. Benintendi on deck.
It was the changeup, but it was high, not even tempting for Bogaerts to chase.
A good count here for Xander Bogaerts right away in the first inning.
Change up again on a 3-1 count.
And there's a shot driven down the left field line. That's a fair ball. That'll tie the game. It's up against the monster. Heading for second base. Xander Bogaerts as he'll trot in with a double and his 11th RBI. He turned on it.
Yeah, he got the off-speed pitch on the 3-1 count. That's a good job because you think you're going to get a fastball, and Bogaerts does a great job of staying back on a changeup that stayed inside. You see the off-speed pitch at 85, and he just hooks it right out of there down in that left field corner. So they get the run home, and Bogaerts gets in a scoring position with the double.
Well, nothing good ever comes of a leadoff walk, and Mookie Betts just made that point again to Matt Andriese. A walk, a stolen base. He scores on the double. Benintendi now trying to bust out of a mini skid. For him, that's 0 for his last 15. He is hitless in 4 consecutive games for the first time in his young career. For 6 in this series. Hanley Ramirez has returned to the lineup. He's on deck. And back as the designated hitter. Bogaerts at second with 1 away. Called strike, 1-1. Sox headed off to play the St. Louis Cardinals, where today I understand it's in the mid to upper 80s.
Hey, won't that be nice?
Yes.
Hope it stays that way.
Cardinals have jumped into first place in the NL Central. And a 1-1 jackknifes him a bit. 2-1.
Not a bad pitch right there, missing the inside part of the plate to Benintendi.
Here are the probables for the upcoming series. 2-gamer. Eduardo Rodriguez on Tuesday, coming off an exceptional effort. Rick Porcello will go on Wednesday against Lance Lynn and Mike Leake. Then it's on to Oakland. 2-1 foul back. Time of the unlimited baseball break, brought to you by T-Mobile. From May 6th to May 13th, the Red Sox led the majors in runs, doubles, extra base hits, slugging percentage, on base percentage. The offense coming to life. John Farrell changing up the lineup, and the top of that lineup, a 1 through 3, 1 through 4 in particular, delivered big time during that stretch. Got 6 runs yesterday for Chris Sale. Red Sox pitchers struck out 16. Popped up around home plate. Sucre has room, and now chasing it, can't get it. Now the wind may have taken that one.
You made the point, Dave. The wind blowing out toward the bullpen area, and there's no question it was hit high enough to get up over the roof here and have the wind take an effect on it. And Sucre completely fooled. I mean, he's way down the third base line, and now he knows he's in trouble. We'll see if the Red Sox can take advantage of that break.
Mother Nature on this Mother's Day, 48 degrees, 16-mile-an-hour wind, and that could kick up more significantly than that. So another swing on the house here for Benintendi. And a 2-2 into the dirt.
And I saw that forecast, possible showers, and you don't know what the afternoon's going to bring. That's why we saw in the first inning the Red Sox playing the infield in early, because, you know, if it starts, it may not stop again. So that's why I think they're playing, you know, to try to prevent runs early in a ball game. And here we are tied at 1 in the first.
Benintendi with 22 RBIs. Mookie Betts has taken over the club lead with 25. With his tear that he's been on. And the 3-2 from the righty. Behind the bag, backhanded by Morrison. In time to get Benintendi into third safely is Xander Bogaerts with 2 down. You can enjoy the Fenway experience with your group in 2017. Group outings are the perfect way to entertain your clients, boost employee morale, school outings, team outings, anything you like. Visit redsox.com/groups for more information. Fans huddled in groups today, just try and stay warm. Here's Hanley now, 257, 5 home runs, 16 RBIs. And that back spasm in Milwaukee. And he left the game on Wednesday. They called it a right trap muscle spasm. He's been out of the lineup since, trying to heal up. Now he has a runner at third, and he'll take a strike.
Facing a guy that he's had good success against in 4 at-bats. He's had 3 hits. That first fastball to the outside part of the plate away from Ramirez.
Coming out of the game on Wednesday, that snapped a 13-game on-base streak for him, and he was hitting .313 during that run of games. 0-2. Bogaerts at third base. Red Sox have tied at 1-1 first inning. Hanley gets set. Andriese set. 0-2 coming. And he struck him out. Got him on 3 pitches. That will retire the side, but the Red Sox do even the score 1-1 after 1. question. Who led the Red Sox in stolen bases in 1967, the impossible dream season? Text 1 for Reggie Smith, 2 for George Scott. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. 1 message per vote. Second inning and a high pop up over near the stands off the bat of Miller. Bogart's giving chase but can't get it.
I was thinking about that poll question, and I wonder if that's a trick question, because I think I know who it is, but I would be surprised if it's the other guy.
I think it'd be a shock, wouldn't it, if it's the other guy you're thinking about?
Actually, maybe not in 67. Later on in his career, I think it would be a shock.
Yeah. Well, now you get me curious, because the guy we're both thinking about was an infielder at a position you would not equate with speed. The other guy you would equate with speed.
Exactly.
I'd be interested to see that. We don't get the answers in advance, so oftentimes we'll debate it during the commercial break. Jerry is never wrong. That one on Miller will miss outside. 1-1. He's hitting 194, 2 home runs. Very good numbers against Pomeranz, 7 for 15, including a homer. 2-1. Beckham on deck. Kiermaier after him. We're tied 1-1. You got to the ballpark today, you really felt like these were football conditions, right?
Yeah, I'm surprised. You know, I hear the forecast from last night, and you heard that it was going to, get a little better as the day went on.
That's going to be ball 4. Bounces right back to Vasquez, so Miller is on. On that topic, college football returns to America's most beloved ballpark with the Fenway Gridiron Series presented by Your Call Football. Tickets go on sale Monday at noon. Visit redsox.com/gridiron for more information. It was a foreboding forecast for today. Pretty amazing this game got underway. Here's Beckham. 258, 6 home runs. He has some pop in the bat this year, and he's 2 for 4 with a home run against Drew Pomeranz. I remember talking to Tim Wakefield years ago about how you play in games like this, or games that are even colder, and he said one word: layers.
Yeah, and that's, you could see the players with extra clothing on, and that's not something they're comfortable with. Kind of feel restricted in a lot of ways.
One and one. It's like Marrero keeping that bare hand, that throwing hand in his back pocket as long as he can over at third.
A lot of times in the back pocket they'll put those hand warmers in there. Keep the fingers, keep the hands warm in case you got to make a throw.
He's shifting his weight back and forth. The 1-1. That's downstairs for a ball.
Keep the hand as warm as you possibly can, because you might be making a throw, and the ball might be a little slippery too from all the drizzle and rain that's come down.
Miller with a short lead at first. The 2-1. Runs to 3-1. Pomeranz going with these short sleeves. Braving against the chill. So a count for Beckham here on 3-1. And down low, that just missed for ball 4. So back-to-back walks by the lefty. That'll send up the center fielder Kiermaier. John Farrell coming out himself. It's unusual.
Yeah, it really is. think they're also talking about the possibility here of maybe a bunt. You know, it's possible with Kiermaier coming to the plate, lefty against lefty, nobody out, back-to-back walks. Again, you're unsure of what the rest of the afternoon's going to bring, so they may be playing for a couple of quick runs. We'll see. It was Kiermaier, though, yesterday who had a home run off Sale, so interesting decision here for the Tampa Bay Rays.
And Kiermaier, despite the home run yesterday, has had a cold bat. His last 21 games, he's hitting 149.
And the Red Sox are playing in a bunt position. They do expect a bunt.
First and second on a pair of ball fours. He does bunt toward third. Marrero will scoop it from just about the base of the hill. He throws on to get him. And Kiermaier's successful in dropping down the sacrifice. Miller into third, Beckham to second.
Yeah, that's beautifully done, too, because first and second, what you want to do is pull the third baseman off the bag, bunt the ball to third base. Once you get him off the bag, that opens up and takes the force play away at third base. And you see the bunt directly hard enough, get by the pitcher, make the third baseman field it. Nobody at third base. The only out they can get is at first, and they get the job done by getting two men in the scoring position. So nicely executed.
And if not for the weather and a chance of returning showers, you probably don't see that.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Now here's Sucre, 229 with a homer and 7 driven in. He's the number 9 guy. One away, and he's going to take ball 1.
You're right, Dave. You do play a different style of game under these conditions because Tampa does not bunt a lot.
Sucre to catcher here this afternoon. Pomeranz in some trouble with one away. Weaved at and missed. See that wind really kicking up. Sucre has been pretty darn good with runners in scoring position. 5 for 11. Especially for a guy hitting under 230. 2-1. Sucre has one of the better throwing arms for a backup guy. Actually has 3 pickoffs this year. Souza on deck. Pomeranz trying to get out of early trouble. He allowed a triple and a single in the first inning. Now 2 walks in the second. 2-1 high fly ball into right center field. That carries plenty deep enough. Bradley back almost to the track. Tagging up Miller. He is in to score. And Beckham also advances from second to third on a deep fly ball. And Tampa Bay is out in front again, 2-1.
Now Sucre does his job. He gets the ball in the air where they can get the run home. That's what you're looking to try to do. Try to find something that you can lift. And that's exactly what he gets right here. A fastball gets underneath it, as you can see. And that ball plenty deep enough to get the man in from third base.
So the Rays score without the benefit of a hit. 2 walks and 2 sacrifices.
And both sacrifice flies to center field.
So that'll send up Souza, who is 0 for 1. He has flied out to right. He's just coming back from a thumb injury, and facing Sale yesterday didn't help that. And at third base and strike 1. Souza really fighting it. The thumb probably had something to do with it, but he's 2 for his last 31.
That's what they try to do with him too with the fastball. Elevate the fastball, get it up around the letters even higher. See if he'll chase it.
Tampa Bay 2, Red Sox 1, second inning. Rays trying to add on with 2 down. Stopped by Vasquez. It rolls away, but not far enough for Beckham.
Fortunately for Vasquez, that ball going up the third base line, and once it goes in that direction, that's going to hold the runner at third base. Here's the curveball that's going to bounce, and it deflects off the chest protector, and then his hand up the third base line. Better that way than the first base line. Then you might be talking about another run.
The 2-1 to Steven Souza. He takes a strike. And back to the fastball there on 91. Rays right now 6 games off the pace. They're 18-21. The 2-2 from Pomeranz. And he gets him. A swing and a miss. Souza upset with himself. Down he goes. But Tampa Bay is back in front 2-1. Fans, summer baseball and softball will be here before you know it. Outfit your entire team with custom batting gloves just like Mitch Moreland at franklinsports.com/custom. Enter the code NESSN20 and receive 20% off for your entire team. Franklin Sports, proud to be the official batting glove of Major League Baseball. Moreland starting the bottom of the second. Red Sox trail 2-1. And some committed Sox fans, moms and their families here today on this Mother's Day. Certainly hope wherever you are watching, you are enjoying a great Mother's Day. Vasquez on deck, and then Jackie Bradley here in the second. 0-2 to Moreland. Now look at the ball. Mitch 0 for 4 yesterday. He's 0 for his last 9. Hitting .258. And Andrews, from what will probably become a very slick mound in short order, deals the 1-2 and cut on and miss. Down he goes.
Fans, don't miss NESN Live weeknights at 5:30 on NESN. Catch the latest on all your favorite New England sports teams. NESN Live is presented by Cross Insurance.
Now Christian Vasquez, 353. No home runs yet. That wind has already caused a problem for the catcher of the Tampa Bay Rays, Sucre. And the first one will miss downstairs. Vasquez hitting .378 against right-hand pitching. 17 out of 45. Called strike. Maybe a bit of a generous call there from Laz Diaz.
Yeah, Vasquez spinning around like that ball was inside.
Often wonder if, given the weather conditions, if a plate opens up just a little bit. Here's the 1-1.
I don't know if it still rings true, but when I was playing, Sundays used to always be quick games because umpires had to catch their flights to get you
their next city.
I had an umpire one time, Nestor Shylock, and I get into the plate, up to the plate, leading off the bottom of the first inning here, right here at Fenway.
The 2-1 to Vasquez, a strike.
And he said, spread the word in the dugout that the plate's going to be very big today because I have a 5:30 flight.
He said that.
He did. He actually said that. And then I went back to the dugout after I made an out. I said, be ready to swing because Ness has got a 5:30.
5:30 to Chicago. Swing the bats, boys. The 2-2. Did he hold up? They appeal, and that's a swing and a miss. So Vasquez is done. Rung up there by Doug Eddings. Back-to-back strikeouts by Andres.
Yeah, actually 3 in a row. One in last inning on a breaking ball to Mitch Moreland, and now a changeup to Vasquez, as it looks like a changeup, or had that type of didn't have that type of spin on it, but something off speed. And I'm not so sure about that. I don't think Vasquez did go around on that.
I didn't really think it was that close.
No,
to be honest with you.
Nope. 5:30 flight.
The 2 down is Jackie Bradley. Jackie 192. But a couple of hits yesterday. And when you see Jackie Bradley go down the line as he did on his double, that's a good sign. The Red Sox feel like that's a very positive sign about where his swing is.
Now it's like when he got back in the lineup and hit that home run to the opposite field.
Yes.
Means he's staying back on the ball a little bit longer.
Two for 3 yesterday with a double. That, by the way, was his first double of the season. It has been rough sledding for him. He'll dance a bit. That one down and in. Marrero on deck. Red Sox behind here 2-1 in the second. To Matt Andriese in Tampa Bay. High twisting fly down the left field line. Dickerson will come back for it and make the play and retire the side. Quiet second. Red Sox go 1-2-3. Extra Innings Live right after the game. TC and Tim Wakefield break it down. You'll hear from Drew Pomeranz and from John Farrell. Whatever, whenever, wherever, who but W.B. Mason. Top of the third, 2-1 Tampa Bay. Jerry Remy and Dave O'Brien alongside for the finale of the series. Winner takes the series. Pomeranz will get Dickerson, Longoria, and Morrison. That's 2, 3, and 4 for the Rays. Dickerson, a guy who started it as far as the offense for the Rays with a booming triple into the triangle out of the range of Jackie Bradley, and he would come in to score on a sac fly in the first inning. He is out of the tiny town of Macomb, Mississippi. Only 13,000 people, but it's the birthplace of blues musicians Bo Diddley and Little Freddie King and Britney Spears from that town as well. Only 13,000 people. And he punches that one foul.
Britney Spears, I mean, they could go to Vegas and you get these gigs in Vegas. They make big money.
Huge. And they move in, right? They're called like residence performances where they stay for like
probably get the whole top floor of the
like the Bellagio or something. Yeah. They stay forever and make more money than you'll ever see. A lot of people go to Vegas just for the shows. They don't do any gambling. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a wise choice, probably. Come home with something. Longoria on deck, 2-1 Tampa Bay. Remember, David Price is also scheduled to throw for the Paw Sox today. Cut on and missed, and he ate him up there and strikes him out. For more on Price, let's go to Jemai.
Yeah, David Price, guys, working his way back to top form, scheduled to make his first rehab start against Rochester today, but that game has been postponed until June 17th, so he will now make his start on Friday. But as John Farrell said, he will get his work in, 75 pitches today, and his next start supposed to be between 80 and 90, and they really want to look at the volume of his pitches. And after he makes that start in Buffalo, he'll be working his way back to trying to join this team at the end of this month.
All right, Jemai, thank you very much. That report presented by Xfinity, the X1 report. So the Paw Sox not playing.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me, you know, if he makes just one rehab start, because he's going to get his work in today indoors, and he's going to get up to a certain pitch count. Then the next start, get him up to another pitch count, which will be close to 90, as Jemai said. And, you know, I really think after that, get him back on the mound if he's physically okay to do it.
Well, we've seen him throw in a couple of simulated games, including one here at Fenway before the Red Sox left on the last road trip, and he was smooth and he was powerful. I mean, he was hitting 95.
Yeah, everything's gone on, you know, on target with him. You know, it just seems like the program that they put him on worked very well, and he's made great improvement, and I don't think it's going to be too long.
Longoria with an RBI and a sac fly in the first inning. When the Red Sox do get Price back, and assuming full health, and he gets back into a groove, I think the Red Sox believe that is the point they really begin to start to roll. That's certainly the hope. Also anticipating getting Carson Smith back at some point. Ball 4 to Longoria. Bullpen has already been one of the backbones of this ball club. But right now the Red Sox at 19 and 17. And have yet to get on an extended hot streak. There have been a couple of mini ones.
Yeah, one of those, you know, win 8 out of 10.
Right.
Something like that.
Now Logan Morrison now base hit first inning. So he is 1 for 1. Pomeranz has walked 3 men over the last 2 innings. Morrison is a double play candidate, and he'll look at a strike. Former Marlin, who in the past has been really active on Twitter. Every once in a while got himself in hot water with it. I think he's backed off that quite a bit the last couple of years. Tried to check his swing, but it's a strike.
My bat wasn't way out there.
0-2.
Little disagreement between Morrison and Las Diaz, the home plate umpire.
That was on the swing.
Yeah, he called it on the swing, and I think Morrison wanted him to ask the third base umpire if he did go or not go.
They are trying to speed up this game. There've been a couple check swings, one on each side, that are very debatable. That one fouled back. In Andriese and Pomeranz, you have two guys with a very deliberate pace. On a day where weather could be a real factor, even beyond what we've seen so far, and there could be showers returning. I think the umpires are very, very conscious of that. Now Morrison taking his time climbing back in. Some in the crowd are antsy. 1 out, 1 on, and the 0-2 pitch to Morrison. High pop up into short left center. Benintendi and Bradley converging. Here comes Benintendi and a hard run to make the play. He had to move that speed up a notch.
Yeah, there's nothing easy about pop-ups and fly balls because of the breeze today, and you could see that ball. We're watching it from here, and it just started to take off towards center field, and I think it fooled both Bradley and Benintendi. Benintendi on full sprint, able to make the catch.
2 down. Longoria is still at first base, and Weeks will be the hitter. 197 with a couple of home runs for Ricky Weeks. He is 0 for 1 here this afternoon. 2-1 Tampa Bay in the third.
Get expert emergency care without leaving the ballpark at the Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center First Aid Station, located behind Section 12 on the lower concourse. Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center is the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox. Visit BIDMC.org.
1 strike on Weeks. Really stands on top of the plate. It's been hit by 3 pitches this season. That does lead their team. 2-1 Rays in the third. Yankees in Houston and Baltimore at Kansas City are underway. Fly down the right field line, but sliced foul, and it's 0-2. Today's suits are designed by Joseph Abboud, custom made in the USA of fine Italian fabrics and available at Men's Warehouse. Text NESSON to 66960 to receive a coupon for $20 off your next purchase of $100 or more at Men's Warehouse. Data rates may apply. That's Jerry's next suit.
Yeah, that's my next Joseph Abboud suit. I'm going to go to a different style.
Just shock everybody. Check swing. Did he offer? He didn't. Not on that occasion. I can't tell you what I would give to see you walk into the booth in something like that.
I'd do it. If somebody made a custom made sport coat like that, I'd wear it. Why not? What am I, style master? I mean,
well, I mean, what kind of tie do you wear with that?
I don't know. Anything.
Bearskin. 1-2, and that apparently missed, according to Diaz anyway, to count 2-2.
Kyle Willis not very happy about that. There's the breaking ball. Looks like it's got plenty of the strike zone, maybe a little bit high, but Pomeranz not very happy about that call either. This has been a tough series for the umpires, I think.
Yeah.
You know, they've been getting it from both dugouts.
Corey Blazer really hurt it in the first game of the series.
Yeah, Nelson also yesterday.
Pomeranz with a deep count here. He's walked 3 men in the last 2 frames. Longoria will be taking off. 3-2 with 2 out. And that one blooped. Here comes Betts. He has to pick that up after it drops in, and down into third base safely is Longoria. Throw gets away a bit, but scooped up on the infield by Xander Bogaerts. Think he'll be safe on the corners. He didn't hit it hard, but Weeks dunks it in for a base hit.
I think that ball might have slipped out of the hands of Mookie Betts going and throwing it into Pedroia, and it just overthrew Pedroia. You're going to see him go back. Now they're not going to score the run at this point. The ball is to get it back into second base, and you can see the ball just take off over the head of Pedroia, and Bogaerts has to backhand it. If he's not there to do that, they get a run out of it. Don't forget, you're talking about a wet infield and a wet outfield, and that ball just took off on Betts.
So first and third for Brad Miller. And a guy Pomeranz really has to be very careful with, because Miller is 7 for 15 against him. And he walked him the first time. And he came in to score. That made it 2-1. So it's Longoria down to third base, and Weeks now on at first, and the 1-0. That's a ball. Well, that pitch count is getting up there for Pomeranz. He's already at 53. This has been an issue for Drew. Two down and 2 aboard. And 2-1.
Now right there you could see that Miller was expecting a fastball in on the 2-0 count, but didn't get it. It was away from him in the no contact swing.
Fouled back out of play. 2-2. The CVS Health Charity Classic is added a 2-day family-friendly food festival. It's at Crave, Rhode Island. It's on June 15 and 16 at the Dunkin' Donuts Center in Providence. For tickets and information, visit CVSHealthCharityClassic.com. 2-2 on Miller. Pomeranz trying to get out of this. He's been in a jam in every inning. Nothing easy today for the left-hander. You know what he's not getting today is a whole lot of swings and misses, unlike the last time he faced him.
And what do you have, 10 strikeouts? Yeah, 10 strikeouts last time he faced him in 4 1/3 innings. And this is a team that does strike out a lot.
Two. Strike 3. Caught him looking. He made a big pitch there to freeze 2 men on. Last half of the third coming up. A lot of arguing with the umpires. 2-1 Tampa Bay. The Geico Red Sox moment honoring the 07 Red Sox world champions. And in game number 37, the Red Sox would beat the Tigers 7-1. 7 players in the lineup had 2 hits. Daisuke went all the way for his 5th win of the season.
Did he have the gyro ball going for him in that game?
Never did see it. Still waiting for it.
No. No idea what the gyro ball was.
Thought he was really well managed. And John Farrell did a great job with him as the pitching coach. John went out of his way to learn some Japanese as well. And there were a lot of skull sessions with those guys to try and get Daisuke sort of on board. What did he win, 18 games that year?
Not sure. I don't remember.
Marrero the batter, and a strike. 167, no homers. I never did see the gyro ball.
I remember reading about it and going to spring training, and I'm saying, was that it? Was that it?
The 1-1 in there for a strike as he ran up to about 15 wins that year by Daisuke, helping the Red Sox win a World Series.
I think the gyro ball was his changeup because he had a little bit of movement to it, you know, going down and away, obviously from left-handed hitters, and I think that was considered the gyro ball. But when we first signed him, we thought we had like 12 pitches.
It wasn't quite that many. It was more like 4. 1-2 to Marrero. Fouled back. He had a big day yesterday. 2-run double. Made a couple of outstanding defensive plays.
I remember getting nervous because I was doing the games, obviously, and he landed at Hanscom Field, and of course it was like a big ceremony. You know, he gets in SUV and all the cameras it is, and I'm saying, man, this guy's got like 15 pitches. What, you know, I got to learn, like, how can he possibly throw this many? How am I going to call a game? It didn't end up that way.
No. A lot of 3-2 counts.
And you could walk the bases loaded, and he had a better chance of getting out of the inning without giving any runs.
You know, that first couple of years, it felt like every time he loaded the bases, he got out of it.
Exactly.
Now, he'd be on the high wire, and he'd somehow pull a Houdini and get off intact. But I read about it later. You know, 3-2 is a huge deal in Japanese baseball. It's very, very common for the pitcher to think, I'll go 3-2 on this guy, and then there's the moment, you know, swung on and missed by Marrero. He's down on strikes. And that's what that encounter is all about. You know, me against you, and who wins on 3-2. And Daisuke really lived up to that.
I'd rather win when it's like, you know, 0-0. I mean, why waste all those pitches just to prove you can win the battle on 3-2?
Right. I asked Greg Maddux once, I said, what's a perfect inning for you? He said 3 pitches, 3 ground balls to second base.
Exactly.
I mean, get out as quick as you can. Mookie Betts with a walk and a stolen base and a run in the first inning. Red Sox have 1 hit. That was the Xander Bogaerts double to drive him in the first. Andres, over the last couple of innings, has gotten very tough. He has struck out 4 of the last 5 Red Sox. In these soggy conditions, here comes the 1-0. Popped up over second base. Miller, the second baseman, in shallow center. Wind taking that a bit, but he's got it for the second out. Ace Ticket is Boston's trusted source for Red Sox tickets, from bleachers to boxes, all backed with a 200% guarantee. Treat yourself or someone special with tickets to a game. Visit aceticket.com now or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. Umbrellas a necessity today, as Dustin Pedroia gets in 0 for 1. He is grounded to the shortstop. That did advance Mookie from second to third. He's hitting .285, and he looks at ball 1. Pedroia with 8 extra base hits in his last 9 games, so he's been driving it. In his 15 games since April 28th, he's hitting .339. Trying to reach here with 2 down in the third. Red Sox trailing by a run. Bogarts would be next. You can see some puddles beginning to form at various spots on the warning track, including one right in front of the Red Sox dugout. So footing can really be treacherous. You made the point, Jerry, on the triple early in the game. Jackie Bradley had to scamper out there in the triangle, and boy, was that muddy.
Yeah, it's impossible to cover the whole field. Obviously, the infield is in decent shape to start the game, but the outfield's been soaked all night in the warning track. I mean, you just can't get all of it.
Full count here on Pedroia.
That's the area back there where Bradley had to tiptoe through the mud.
Brown's crew did an amazing job getting this field ready to be on time for the 1:35 first pitch. Here's the 3-2 off the mitt, ball 4. Pedroia taking off for first. That's as far as Dustin will get. Second walk issued by Andriese so far today.
Tonight at 10 on NESN Sports Today, we'll preview Game 7 between the Celtics and the Wizards in the Eastern Conference semifinals. NESN Sports Today is presented by People's United Bank. See what know-how can do.
Some of the grounds crew always at the ready, of course, on days like today.
Yeah, a lot of work done between innings on the infield, around the mound, around home plate.
Dave Miller and his guys do an outstanding job. Here's Xander Bogaerts, a double to drive in a run in the first inning. Pedroia on at first. Now Mookie Betts stole a base in the first inning. He was taken off on Andriese. First baseman Morrison holding Pedroia, so a big hole over there. Rays leading 2-1.
Pedroia 1 steal on the season. He's been caught 1 time.
Sucre's a guy who is fond of that back pick. Tampa Bay catcher does have 3 pickoffs this year. And that'll be inside on a check. The hit that Xander had off Andriese, the double in the first inning, is just his second hit, 13 at bats against the right-hander. But he tore into a 2-base hit down the left field line. He hit it very hard. Two down, a man on, and a 1-1. Pedroia holding, and it's right through there for a strike.
Done a pretty good job so far in this game, keeping the fastball away from the right-handed hitters.
One and two with 2 down. Bogaerts a very good 2-strike hitter. Really among the best in baseball. Followed that all the way into the mitt. 2-2.
That might be a break there for Bogaerts. That never looked like a pretty good pitch at the bottom of the strike zone. Sanded on to one knee to get a look at that one.
Since the start of 2015, Bogaerts has 193 2-strike hits. It's 18 more than anybody else in the majors. Obviously very comfortable spots like this. Andriese home with a 2-2.
Was that fastball away again? All Bogaerts could do is reach out and slap that ball foul.
Benintendi, who has slumped a little bit lately, now on deck. Sox only have 1 hit against Matt Andriese, who takes his time out there. 2-2. Not that time for Bogaerts. Down he goes, strike 3. Another K for the right-hander Andriese. 1 man left. To you by Franklin Sports, the official batting glove of Major League Baseball. Sullivan Tire and Complete Auto Service. And by KM Premium Franks. It's summer. Let's grill. Well, summer's on the way.
I know something's wrong with Pomeranz. Pedroia just came in to check on him, and now he's going back to second base.
John Farrell curious to know what that was about. But he has completed his warm-up tosses.
And now Farrell's going to come out, it looks like, with the trainer. Yeah, I saw Pedroia go into the mound.
See if we can pick it up during the warm-ups here and go back to this moment.
This is what Pedroia saw, I believe. Takes his arm, his shoulder, and just kind of swings it around. That's going to be it for him.
Yep, he's coming out. So the day is done for Drew Pomeranz. Nobody warming up in the Red Sox bullpen. So because of the injury, Pomeranz leaving the game, the Red Sox are going to have to get somebody up, and this could be a while because no one was warming. That's Ben Taylor. So we'll take the break. Taylor will be brought in here. He'll get as long as he needs to get ready. With Tampa Bay in front here 2-1, just getting the 4th inning underway, and we'll be back with more in just a moment. Southwest, yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Toyota's website for deals, buyatoyota.com. Digital Federal Credit Union, see what DCU can save you. And by Subaru Retailers of New England. Red Sox are down here 2-1. New pitcher is Ben Taylor coming on because Pomeranz could not continue after 3 innings. You saw him after a warm-up toss, bringing that left arm of his up over his head. Dustin Pedroia spotted that, immediately came over. They started to talk, but Pomeranz had finished his warm-ups. Looked like he was about to continue until that conversation, and then John Farrell went out to get him.
Now here's the warm-up toss, and watch him move his elbow a little bit first, right there, and then take his arm and just kind of make a circle. And that's after Pedroia had come in. He says he's okay at that point, but Red Sox obviously not taking any chances with Pomeranz. Get him out of the game, and Taylor gets as many pitches as he needs here to loosen up. And being a relief pitcher, it shouldn't be all that long for him, but until he's comfortable, until he's loose, he gets that many. No limit.
Give you a look at Pomeranz pitching line then. It's brought to you by Ace Ticket. Did walk 3, struck out 3. Allowing the 2 earned runs in 3 innings. He threw 57 pitches. And we'll get you an update on Drew as soon as we can to find out exactly why he was forced out of the game. Taylor allowed 2 runs on 2 hits with a walk in the 7th inning Tuesday at Milwaukee. Last time he has appeared in a game. Right now with a 4.22 ERA. He was a non-roster invitee to spring training. Hey, stay tuned for Red Sox Final presented by Plain Ridge Park Casino. TC and Tim Wakefield will highlight the key moment of this game and preview the Red Sox next series in St. Louis against the Cardinals. So back to interleague play. And 2 games against the Cardinals. Pomeranz did not face a batter in this inning, so Taylor starts off the 4th inning with Tim Beckham, who took a walk in the 2nd. Then it's Kiermaier and then Sucre, the bottom 3rd of the order for the Rays. Last we checked, the Yankees had a 1-0 lead on Houston early on, and Kansas City and Baltimore underway 1-0 Orioles in the 2nd inning. There's a shot out to left center field. Jackie Bradley on his horse, though. He'll get there. And Beckham is retired, 1 away. The Yankees, in between their 2 games today with Houston, their doubleheader, are going to honor Derek Jeter. They're going to retire his number at Yankee Stadium. He's been part of a group bidding to buy the Marlins.
Yeah, he and Jeb Bush, part of that group.
Yep. Kiermaier dropped down a good sacrifice bunt his first time up. Xander Bogaerts wears that number 2 in honor of Derek Jeter. That was his idol growing up. He had a Jeter poster on his bedroom wall. Cross for a called strike.
You know, when I think of Jeter, you know, obviously a great player, no question about that, Hall of Fame, the whole works. But what amazed me about him is all the years he spent in New York, not a bit of trouble. You know, I mean, it's almost impossible to play a career in New York and not be in the gossip column or someplace, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, just nothing. Just played baseball.
And he was no wallflower, you know, when he was a single guy. He was out and about. You know, he was dating a lot of famous people, you know, movie actresses and singers and supermodels. But it's a guy who never got in any kind of trouble. I think the only hint was very early in his career. I remember when George Steinbrenner was still alive and owned the Yankees, and Jeter was staying out a little bit late once in a while. Nothing outrageous, but I remember Steinbrenner saying very pointedly in the newspaper one day, the captain of the Yankees can't be out at 3 o'clock in the morning in Manhattan.
Wow, that does sound like George Steinbrenner.
That definitely. But that's the only thing I remember that was even close, really.
Yeah, and after that, nothing.
It's almost like Jeter said, I agree with that, actually. Fouled back. Kiermaier hanging in, 2-2, 1 out, bases empty. His last game was right here at Fenway. Tampa Bay in the lead, 2-1, 4th inning. Taylor taking over on the hill. Kiermaier's had kind of a strange season, a very cold start for him. He's made a handful of errors too early on. It's quite unusual for the 2-time Gold Glover. Sucre on deck. And Taylor with a 2-2. High twisting fly to left, racing on Marrero and Bogarts. Benintendi coming in, and it's going to drop in fair and kick into the stands for a double. Boy, that's a gift. Kiermaier is on a ball that should have been caught. 3 Red Sox standing around it. Nobody made the play.
When you look at the triangle out there, it looks like Bogarts had the best chance at it because the wind was blowing it back. Now you're going to see both guys going out for it. Marrero, he looks like he lost it, and then he comes back, sticks his hand out, can't make the play. I'm telling you, man, we've seen it about 3 times today where that wind has just taken the ball back toward the field to play. And that was the case right there. Marrero got crossed up a little bit, on the original pop-up, and then when he turned around, he couldn't get it. And in my opinion, the only guy that had a shot at it was Bogarts. But he thought Marrero was going to make the play.
So it'll be 2 bases for Kiermaier. Sucre here. He's driven in a run with a sacrifice. He was challenged on a wind-blown pop-up that he did not catch around home plate early in the game. And wind, I think you're right, has become a factor here today. Taylor whirling, doesn't throw.
Well, we've already seen it affect about 4 different plays in this game. And it looks like it's picking up as the afternoon goes on.
1 strike pitch. He will not chase it. Red Sox have been a very good daytime team here at Fenway in particular, going back to May 14th of last year. The Red Sox are 22-4 in day games. Fly ball, that one rising up. It's going to be high off the monster. That'll easily bring in Kiermaier. That's going to be a Fenway Park single for Sucre, but it's his 2nd RBI. So the pop-up not caught down the left field line comes back to haunt the Red Sox, and that'll make it 3-1.
Now Sucre having a big day. I mean, he's got a sacrifice fly in the 2nd inning to bring in a run. Now he's got one off the top of the wall to bring in another run. So Norris, who caught the first couple of games of this series, Sucre getting the start today, and he's paying off big time for him.
3-1 Tampa Bay. Souza climb in next. He has flied out, struck out. 5 hits for Tampa Bay. Red Sox have been held to 1. Souza just back from a bit of a thumb injury. We'll take one downstairs. Souza had a very good month of April. He drove in 17 runs in April. It's a career high for a calendar month, but he's been slumping in May. 2-1.
Good movement on that fastball. Coming back in on Souza, up and in.
Sucre, the runner at first base with catcher speed. Red Sox have not turned to double play today. High fly, center field, well struck. Bradley back for the triangle. He's there, makes the catch. Sucre back to first base as Jackie Bradley tracks it down, and time now for a game break brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. Here's TC. Tom, thank you so much. Keeping an eye on the other teams inside the division. Last we checked, Houston had a 2-1 lead third inning on the Yankees. Here's Dickerson. He has tripled and scored and struck out. That was against Drew Pomeranz, who had to step aside, an apparent injury or discomfort of some kind. And Pomeranz exiting this game after 3 innings. Slapped in the air, but foul out of play to the left. Tampa Bay optioned yesterday's starter Blake Snell back to AAA after last night's game. They have recalled Ryan Stanek. That one torched high and deep down the right field line, way back into the corner, and a foul ball. And that one destroyed by Dickerson.
Dickerson got up on a high fastball that time and pulled it a long way, but unfortunately for the Red Sox, in foul territory. And somebody has a souvenir.
Now, you don't get many way back there. Big day for that young fan. Count of 1-2. And a roller foul past first base. And into the mud. 3 runs on 5 hits for Tampa Bay. Just 1 run and 1 hit for the Red Sox to this point. Longoria would be next, but Taylor trying to end this inning on this pitch, and he does. He strikes out Dickerson, but Tampa Bay scores again. Now they lead it 3-1 in the bottom of the 4th. of our Granite City Electric poll question. Who led the Red Sox in stolen bases in 1967? Now, 70% of you said Reggie Smith and not George Scott, and that is the correct answer. He had 16, but George Scott was tied for second with 10 stolen bases.
Yeah, George Scott came up as a third baseman 1967 with the Red Sox.
Yaz, by the way, also had 10 that year. And Reese back to work, bottom half of the fourth inning. Red Sox trying to get something going against the right-hander. He's allowed one hit. Benintendi's 0 for 1 as he leads it off. He got jammed there and he popped it up. Morrison at first. And it carries a bit. Oh, almost came out of the glove, but he held on for the out.
A snow cone right there for Logan Morrison. Again, the wind gets a hold of this. He has to quickly get back. And look at that ball just hang right out of the webbing of the glove. That thing almost rolled completely out. But he's got half the baseball. Control of half the ball.
The important half. So one out. Hanley Ramirez 0 for 1, struck out in the first inning. And his return to the lineup. Talking about the great Carl Yastrzemski. It was 52 years ago today that Yaz hit for the only cycle of his career and added a second home run. He drove in 5 runs in the game. And guess what happened?
They lost.
Red Sox lost 12-8 to Detroit. One and one. Hanley joking with Laz Diaz. That has not been the common approach with Laz today. He's heard a couple arguments. The 1-1. Hot shot on one bounce. Beckham with a lengthy throw, skipped it. Morrison's made a couple of nice plays.
And that was a very nice play because that ball skipping on the wet grass. And really slick fielding by Logan Morrison at first base. There's the backhanded play by Beckham. He's deep on the grass. He gets his footing and then skips it on the grass right there. And that's a beautiful play at first base. Andres loves it.
Two up, two down for Moreland. It was a little chilly all of a sudden with the bat. The average down to 256. He struck out in the second inning. He's had some white hot streaks and some chilly ones. Right now he's 0 for his last 10. Tampa Bay on top 3-1 in the fourth. One-0 pitch right over the shoelaces. Red Sox heading for St. Louis, back into National League cities. Well, one of them coming up on this trip, Oakland, after that. The 2-0. Eduardo Rodriguez and Rick Porcello will pitch in that series against the Cardinals. There's a terrific book out right now. Everyone's raving about it. I believe it's called Phenomenon. It's about Rick Ankiel. Rick Ankiel wrote it. Remember him? He was pitcher for the Cardinals.
Yes.
And the playoff game in which he threw 5 wild pitches, he came undone. And later retired as a pitcher and came back as an outfielder. Ground ball bobbled a bit by Miller. He collects it in time to retire Moreland. And the Red Sox will go 1-2-3. End of 4. 3-1 Tampa Bay. Today as we go to the top half of the fifth inning, Tampa Bay on top 3-1. Just one hit for the Red Sox thus far. This is our cricket something to smile about moment. And Morrison, after the bobble by Miller, getting over there to first base.
How about that luck, right? Ball bounces up and then bounces right back in your glove. He took a look up to see where it was. I don't think he saw it. It just kind of came back in his glove and gets the out of first base.
So Longoria will start the fifth inning. He has an RBI with a sacrifice fly. He's also taking ball 4. He lifts the first pitch into right center field. Actually, Betts coming on and Mookie makes the play. He was battling that all the way.
Yeah, usually you see Mookie very smooth out in right field, but that time was, you're right, exactly right. That was a real battle on a fairly routine fly ball.
Losing to Cap in the gust and holds on for the out. A little shake of the head there. That was not pleasant. So one away from Morrison, who has singled and flied out to left. Yeah, the book I was talking about is called The Phenomenon. Rick Ankiel wrote it about his journey. I mean, people were talking about him as potentially one of the great, not only pitchers in Cardinal history, but they were projecting him for, being a Hall of Famer one day. An electrifying fastball, great stuff, and then he uncorks those 5 wild pitches in one playoff game, and he was never the same. And there's a lot of discussion in the book about the yips, and guys who just simply lose the ability to make a simple throw.
Absolutely. We've seen that happen with many guys throughout major league careers. It's happened to a few second basemen, catchers. Catchers have had a tough time throwing ball back to the pitcher.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? I mean, something you've done your entire life, and then all of a sudden you can't do it. There's some mental block there.
Yeah, once it happens 2 or 3 times to you, you start thinking about every throw you make, where normally you don't even think about a throw. You just let it go.
Think of guys like Steve Blass, Mackey Sasser. Remember Mackey Sasser, the catcher?
Yep.
Could not throw it back to the pitcher. All of a sudden he just lost that ability.
I'm trying to remember who it was, but there was a catcher when I played, and he used to take like 3 pumps to throw it back, and you try to time it if you were on second base or first base, and try to take off and steal.
Yeah. Chuck Knobloch, he ran into problems.
Yes, he did.
I mean, even in the Red Sox camp in spring training, he got over it, but Blake Swihart was having some issues with it.
Yeah, I think that was overdone a little bit, I mean,
and it went away very quickly, whatever it was.
Lasted, what, a day?
It's about it, but
yeah,
writers needed a story.
I remember reading about it because I was still here, and they're saying, Swihart can't throw the ball back to the pitcher anymore. I said, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
And that lasted about 1 day, and that was the end of that.
Right. But for some guys, it's terrifying. It ruins their careers. And in the case of Van Keel, and I bring it up because he's obviously a former Cardinal. The Red Sox going to play St. Louis, and the book is out now. I have not read it, but people say it's terrific. And he's a guy who came back as an outfielder, not only as an outfielder back to the big leagues, but as a slugger. I think he homered in his first game back as an outfielder at the major league levels. It's a terrific story.
Yeah, it's a pretty good athlete, right? To go from being a star pitcher, which then got ruined, that career got ruined, to a very good player, position player.
Right. 2-2 on Morrison. Overshift on him. Fly ball right at Jackie Bradley. And backing up to put it away for the second out. Make sure you stay tuned after the third out of this half inning for the mid-fifth studio show presented by GMC with TC and Wake. Weeks is next. He's 1 for 2 with a base hit. 3-1 Tampa Bay, 5th inning. Drew Pomeranz was the starter for the Red Sox. He was only on the bump for 3 innings and had to leave because of an apparent injury or discomfort in his pitching arm or shoulder. So that was it for Drew today. He allowed 2 runs, 3 hits. Taylor has come on and allowed another run. He's trying to make it a 1-2-3 fifth inning.
There's the look at Pomeranz after making a warm-up toss, and you can see Pedroia looking at him. He's going to check him out, and he sees him moving that arm, and that's when he goes in to talk to him. And then very shortly after that, that's when John Farrell came out with the trainers and out of the ball game. So you hope that's nothing serious. Red Sox already dealing with some issues in that pitching staff, injuries.
And Pomeranz, of course, did in spring training. The offseason, he had that injection. 1-2 is fouled away. A ball, 2 strikes on Weeks. Stephen Wright done for the season after knee surgery. Taylor trying to breeze through the 5th. And he does. He strikes out Weeks, and he gets him in order. Time now to turn it over to TC and Tim Wakefield for the Mid-Fifth Studio Show presented by GMC. Discussion about how long is enough, you know, how many rehab stints are enough for Price. Wake said he could come back after 1 after missing a couple of weeks.
I totally agree with what Wake had to say. You know, this is not a guy that I mean, he knows exactly what he's got to do, and I think 1 is plenty for him, because that'll be determined obviously by him and the Red Sox. But I got a feeling that, you know, once he gets up to a certain pitch count, he's going to go and face major league hitters.
Well, meanwhile, back here at Fenway, a soggy day. The Red Sox trail 3-1 in the middle of the 5th inning, and coming up to bat here. And if there is more weather on the way, and we've heard different things about that today, you know, after 5, it's a complete game if the home team is trailing. And right now, the home team is down by 2. Andres has been pretty tough. He's allowed just the 1 hit. Time now for a look at the road ahead presented by People's United Bank. We talked about the trip coming up to St. Louis. Red Sox will be on a team charter right after this game. And the weather's supposed to be markedly better in St. Louis. It's in the 80s there today. And the Red Sox play 4 games in Oakland against the A's. Off day on the 22nd. And then the homestand against Texas and Seattle. Christian Vasquez 0 for 1. He will lead off the inning. He struck out first time up. Chris Sale coming off a victory, 12 strikeouts yesterday. Dominant again. Combination of Sale and Kimbrel. And Joe Kelly also pitched in that game. Those three guys combined for 16 strikeouts. Three runs, couple of home runs allowed by Sale. Kimbrel has been nothing short of magnificent. Here comes the 0-1.
Well, right now the Red Sox offense is going to become magnificent. Only got one hit on the afternoon. That was a Bogaerts double to drive in a run.
And a 2-strike pitch to the Sox catcher. Lashed foul out of play. In recent series, the Red Sox have pretty much had their way with Tampa Bay. They've won 14 of the last 19 against them, 4 of the last 5. But today, the Red Sox are scrapping for offense. 0-2. Fans now through June look for specially marked packages of KM Fenway Franks for your chance to win great Red Sox prizes like throwing out the ceremonial first pitch at Fenway.
Have you ever thrown out a first pitch? Oh, you did yesterday at Rye.
The Rye Little League, yes.
Yeah, that's right.
As far as you know, is a perfect strike.
It was. It's intimidating, isn't it? Don't you feel like you have to be perfect with that?
You do. You do, and you've done it several times, right?
A couple times, yeah. I get nervous.
There's always the great debate. Do you go to the top of the mound to do it or the front of the mound?
I never go to the top of the mound because I want to make sure it's all manicured for the pitcher, and I don't want to be stepping on it. You know, that's their territory. So for that reason, and plus I don't think I could reach home plate, I go to the front.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did it with a youngster. His name was Jack, who had a much more fluid delivery than me, because that one is fouled out of play. And he looks at me and he goes, well, do we do it together? Because he was ready to go. I said, yeah, let's count to 3. And he's like, on 3? I said, yes, on 3. That's when we released it. But his got there a lot quicker than mine did.
Yeah. I did it last year in Pawtucket. One of the off days that I had, I was down there doing it. And it was okay. You know, it wasn't perfect.
But you didn't bounce it.
I didn't bounce it. You got to aim high. You really do have to aim high because you have a tendency to bounce those.
1-2 now on the way to Vasquez. Ground ball to the middle, and Beckham won't get there. It's a base hit, just the second knock of the day for the Red Sox.
Good job by Vasquez. Gets a pitch. You know, he's been keeping that fastball away from right-handers. And Vasquez able to reach out and make contact on this one. You see it's going to be down away on the outside corner and take it up the middle for the base hit.
So the leadoff man on here in the 5th inning. Bradley will be next. Remember the great story about right after 9/11, the Yankees were playing at Yankee Stadium and President Bush came. And you know, there were a lot of very nervous people, and he was wearing, I want to say, you know, like a flak jacket underneath.
Right.
And came out to throw out the first pitch, but he had warmed up. And Derek Jeter gave him some advice. Before he did that, Jeter said, whatever you do, don't bounce it.
Right.
Because they'll boo you.
Right.
At Yankee Stadium. And
at least if you throw it over the catcher's head, you know, at least you've got an arm.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the President of the United States went out there. It doesn't matter what side of the political fence you're on. He went out there and he fired a perfect strike. And that was one of those where you would just, oh, boy, was that something. 0-1, a high twisting fly ball into left center. Kiermaier into the alley, though. Makes that catch for the first out. Jackie is 0 for 2.
You know, I think outfielders are having issues today, not only with the wind, but you know, it's the sky because of the clouds and the fog and all that stuff. It's kind of like the same color as the baseball, and I think they're having some issues with that also.
Yeah, and you're talking about, you know, Mookie Betts in right field made the catch, but he battled it.
Right.
He's a Gold Glover. Kiermaier's a Gold Glover. That's a real fight. Here's Marrero. Devin today 0 for 1. Red Sox trail 3-1 fifth inning. Drew Pomeranz out of the game with a tight left tricep. That's what we're being told officially. Why he had to come out. Mookie Betts on deck. Red Sox with a double by Bogaerts in the first, a single by Vasquez here in the fifth. That's been it. Matt Andriese with a 1-0. Red Sox have been pretty well tied up on this Mother's Day by Andriese. He has walked a couple of men. One of them scored. That was Betts right away in the first inning. Mookie walked, stole second. Pedroia moved him over on a ground out, and then Bogaerts drove him in with a double. Andriese pitching line brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. And Marrero will step out. Like a wet brim.
Yeah, when it drizzles or rains, you get that water dripping down from your helmet. That's not a good feeling.
Fly to right field, driving back. Souza got turned around. It sails. It's going to take a bounce into the seats. That'll be a double. Down to third is Vasquez. Well, the wind really carried that.
Certainly did. It looked like it was going to be just a fly ball out to right field, and then it surprised Souza too, because that ball just absolutely took off. That's the inside out swing on the fastball there by Marrero, and this ball just shoots quickly over the head of Souza. He was stunned by it. Bounces into the stands for the ground rule double. So the Red Sox get 2 men in a scoring position. And back to the top of the lineup.
And Mookie Betts. Red Sox trying to turn that break into some runs. He's walked. He's also popped up. Boston trailing 3-1.
So the bottom of the batting order setting the table here. Vasquez, the 7-hitter. Marrero, the 9-hitter.
Blocked by Sucre for ball one. Mookie with good at bats against Andriese. He is 6 for 14 with a homer against him.
I'm curious. I'm looking out at the infield defense, and I'm looking at Beckham where he's playing, and he's playing halfway, and I kind of wonder why. They've got a 2-run lead, and it would seem like on something pulled there that could get by him, 2 runs to be able to score. You know, unless he's thinking about coming home to get Vasquez, but that would be a surprise with a 2-run lead.
The 1-0. A strike. Throw to third. Hits the runner. That struck Vasquez, but went right to the fielder.
Well, that's why you come back on that line in fair territory, just in case there's a pickoff attempt. It may hit you in the back, and you can see right there where Vasquez is, because, you know, he's quite a distance from the bag, and if that ball doesn't hit him in the back, he may be out at third base. But that's not what you're taught to do. When you take your secondary lead, you get back into fair territory, back on that line, and when you go back to the bag, you hope the ball hits you in the back.
Sucre with 3 pickoffs this year, so he likes to do that. And the 1-1 to Betts. Pedroia on deck. Andres, yet another Tampa Bay pitcher who will feature the changeup
at any time.
Maybe even on 1 and 2 here. 2 men set to score for the Sox. If they both do, the game is tied. Got a piece of it. And back to the fastball.
And again, I continue to watch Beckham, and he's still in that same spot, and I really don't know what his intentions are. I guess I'm guessing if a ball was hit hard to him, he'd go home with it. And I find that surprising that that's the position he would be in, with 2 men in scoring position and 1 out with a 2-run lead.
Vasquez at third, Marrero at second. Breaking ball almost backed up into Betts. And the count 2-2, 3-1 Tampa Bay.
Slider that didn't slide that time. Almost hitting the hands of Mookie Betts.
Sox have 3 hits today, and 2 of them have come in this inning. Andres taking his time on the 2-2. Ground ball to third. Runner trying to score. Here's the throw to the plate. That'll be in plenty of time to get Vasquez. Marrero staying at second base. And so now they're 2 down.
Now right to third base, and then that becomes a very easy play for Longoria. He's charging the ball. Big hop, just throws home, and then just waiting on Vasquez right there.
Activity in the Sox bullpen. The left-hander Abad getting going. And Pedroia will be the hitter. He is grounded out to short and taking ball 4.
Yeah, I must say that play surprised me a little bit too, because in that situation, you know, second and third situation, you probably, the 2 places you can't score is a ball at third base and a ball back to the pitcher. So you're really eliminating 1 man out of scoring position.
A strike to Pedroia. Bogarts would hit next. But Pedroia trying to get the Red Sox a little bit closer here. He'll have to do it 2. Sit safely in 20 of his last 23 games against Tampa Bay. Over that span, batting .323. And the 0-1 fouled away, and he's quickly in the hole. Nothing in 2. And the 2-strike pitch to the Red Sox second baseman. And a breaking ball inside. Receiving word of the passing of a former major league umpire, Steve Palermo, who was a Massachusetts native. He passed away today at the age of 67. An outstanding umpire for a long time. His career ended when he was shot in the back following an intervention in an altercation outside a Dallas Italian restaurant. So very sad news on Steve Palermo, who was from Worcester. 1-2 fouled away.
A very good umpire too. I'll tell you, when he first came to the big leagues, he was one of those guys that kept an eye on the dugout. If you chirping from the dugout, I mean, he was all over you very quickly, and he got the respect of the players very fast and became a very good major league umpire.
Yeah.
Very sad news.
1991, the Sporting News ranked him the #1 umpire in the American League.
Spent a lot of time here at Fenway.
He did. A great fellow. First and second, 2 down. Pitch number 91 for Andres. Off the middle, base hit. Marrero coming around third. He'll score. Mookie Betts into third, stops there. Dustin Pedroia with a solid single. That'll make it 3-2.
Now Pedroia comes through in a big way with the base hit up the middle to make this now a 1-run game. But let's go back a play. This might be a tie ball game now had Vasquez not taken off from third base and got thrown out at home. There's a ball right back up the middle. Kiermaier charging it around, wants to score is Marrero, and well, it's a 1-run ball game now here in the 5th.
Red Sox with their 3rd hit in the 5th inning off Andres. They don't have anybody warming in their bullpen. The Red Sox have pulled within a run, 3-2. MLB.com at bat is the #1 mobile app for live Red Sox baseball. Stay connected with a fully customized experience. Get Red Sox home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live game video, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today. So Bogaerts will be the batter. He has doubled in a run and struck out today, 1 for 2. He has the tying run at third base in Mookie Betts. And the Red Sox trying to get even or better here against Andres. Benintendi on deck. And it'll be ball 1 on Xander. Three runs on 5 hits for the Rays, 2 runs on 4 hits for the Red Sox. Xander in his last 28 games with an at bat is batting .370. Tuno. Again, 4 hits for Boston, and 3 of them have come in this inning. Much better at bats against the righty in the 5th. Got to be patient with Andres because he will take a long time to deliver it. The 2-0. He's gone to ball 3. Now, if he walks him, you got to believe they'll get somebody warming in the bullpen.
Yeah, you would think at this point they may have somebody loosening up. Now they're looking at the card to see who they might be getting up to get loose. A few guys stretching.
Well, this will be his 95th pitch today. Only the 5th inning. And the 3-0.
That was borderline on a 3-0 count right there.
So will Xander Bogaerts get a pitch to pull, a pitch to drive here on 3-1, 2 down. Runners on the corners. No, he did not. He walks him instead, and the bases are going to be loaded for Benintendi.
Well, Benintendi is way overdue. 0 for his last 17. Bases loaded opportunity here.
So all filled up for the rookie, who has grounded out and popped up today. 0 for 2. And no place to put him. With Mookie Betts at third, Dustin Pedroia at second, Xander Bogaerts at first.
Las Diaz trying to break up this conversation at the mound. They are starting to get somebody loose down in the bullpen. People moving around.
The Red Sox trying to capitalize on a bases loaded 2-out scenario, down by a run. Benintendi has been quiet in the series, as you mentioned. 0 for 17. Ball 1. Chase Whitley just beginning to throw.
He might be able to get loose between pitches at the pace that Andres is going.
That's right. Benintendi 22 RBIs, second on the club behind Mookie Betts. And the 1-0. Ball 2.
And both pitches down out of the strike zone. What an opportunity here for Benintendi. 2-0 count, bases loaded. Just pick your pitch, pick your location. If it's not there, let it go.
And Andres has to throw a strike. All filled up, and the 2-0. He was taking right down the middle. Betts at third, Pedroia leading at second, Bogaerts off first. Tampa Bay leading by 1. Fifth inning on a soupy day here at Mother's Day. And now Benintendi with some water on the helmet.
One thing Bogaerts at first base has to do is be careful, especially if a pitch goes by, because they could try a pickoff behind him. You mentioned early in the game that Sucre likes to throw the ball around. Once that ball gets by, you got to get back.
Andres home with a 2-1. Line shot to center. Kiermaier going back and makes the catch. Hit stiff by Benintendi, but nothing to show, and Andres gets out of the inning with only 1 run. tools of the trade by DeWalt FlexFold.
Well, the wind, the conditions today, not perfect at Fenway, and we've seen a lot of examples of players getting tricked by the wind. Morrison right there just getting a snow cone of a catch, and Mookie Betts battling a fly ball, and in this ball taking off way over the head of Steven Souza Jr. out there in right field. The wind got a hold of that. Been a strange day here at Fenway.
And a 3-2 Tampa Bay lead. Red Sox just had the bases loaded, left them loaded, even though Benintendi stung a line drive to center, which was caught by Kiermaier. So Abad is out of the bullpen now. He's actually been pitching quite well with a 2.79 ERA in 12 appearances. He's turned around his place in the Red Sox bullpen, and now he's in a close game in the 6th, needing to hold it right there. And if there is more shower activity on the way, every pitch becomes much more important. Brad Miller has walked and struck out today, and he rolls that one foul. And it's Beckham and Kiermaier at 6, 7, and 8 in the 6th. And they are at the ready if needed.
Yep, they're out between innings. They put the drying agent on the infield around home plate, sometimes on the pitcher's mound.
One ball, one strike on Miller. He's 2 for 7 with 3 strikeouts in his career against Fernando Abad. Beckham, the on-deck hitter. Tampa Bay got single runs in the 1st, 2nd, and the 4th. Sox scoring in the 1st and the 5th. But they were hoping for more with that rally against Andriese in the bottom of the 5th inning. Red Sox got 3 hits and drew a walk in that frame. Got the 1 run. The lefties 2-1 to Miller. Check swing roll foul up the third base line and let it roll, but picked up by Marrero in foul territory. So 2-2. Kansas City's opened up a 5-1 lead on Baltimore. Yankees ahead by a run over Houston. They're in the middle innings. Abad looking to fan Miller here, the 2-2. He strikes him out swinging. Let's go downstairs to Jemai.
Red Sox paying tribute today to breast cancer survivors, celebrating Mother's Day today, as you see with the pink on the bats and uniforms. And one of those special survivors is Chrissy Hampton's shoemate. She's from Delaware, New England, or Delaware, New Hampshire rather, and she is a survivor and actually threw out the first pitch today, and she was chosen after writing a essay that was a league-wide competition recognizing fans and their commitment in battling the disease. And if you didn't think about her Red Sox fandom running deep, her wedding topper on her cake was actually a signed Dustin Pedroia baseball, guys.
Yeah, saw the shirt there too. She was wearing a Dustin Pedroia shirt. Big fan of Petey. It's Mother's Day weekend. Players decked out in pink and swinging the pink bats. In some cases, the pink shoes. Beckham has walked. He's also flied out. They appeal, but the first base umpire Eddings says no swing. So the count 2-0. Not to mention the Sox. Still think Mookie has everybody beat with those custom-made Jordans. Here's the 2-0. That's fairly new in baseball. It's only the last 7 or 8 years. I don't think when you played these kind of salutes occurred, right?
No, it was pretty much same uniform every day. You know, they have now they have multiple uniforms. We see the Red Sox in their red tops at home on Friday nights, blue tops on the road. We just had we had the white and the grays, and that was it. And these special occasions, no, there was pretty much no change.
Partial to those green tops. St. Patrick's Day. And spring training.
We didn't have those either. We basically had 2 uniforms, one for batting practice and one for game. And
pretty boring, Jerry.
And well, that was the way it was. And you chose your lucky one for the game and you used the other one in batting practice.
A little bit more color in the game these days with the details on days like today. Here's the 3-1. Did you guys do throwbacks? You didn't do throwbacks back then, huh?
Never did. No. We were the throwbacks.
Yeah, you were, weren't you?
We were the throwbacks.
Now they're wearing your original uniforms as throwback uniforms. 3-2 to Beckham. Rolled foul.
It amazes me how advanced the equipment has become. The shoes especially, they just actually look comfortable, and our cleats were horrible. And now the cleats, I mean, I don't know how comfortable. I've never had a good pair on, but they just look much more comfortable than the junk that we had. And I don't mean that as a slap at anybody, any company. It's just that they weren't advanced the way they are today.
3-2 rocketed into left for a base hit. Beckham is on with 1 out. Yeah, these look really light, very comfortable, very airy.
Wow your clients and guests with the new suites and premium experiences at Fenway Park. Visit redsox.com/premium sales or call 617-226-6912 or learn more about Red Sox suites and premium packages.
Kevin Kiermaier next. Double his last time up and was brought in on the RBI single by Sucre behind him. 3-2 game. Tampa Bay by a run in the 6th and a base runner. Gotta salute these fans who came out today on Mother's Day.
Yeah, really.
Some real diehards today. And not for a minute has it been comfortable at the ballpark. That's in there for a strike. We have avoided any downpours as Barnes is beginning to get ready. Game began on time at 1:35 today. Kind of amazing. Kiermaier committee, a difficult guy to double up. He runs well and out of the left side. He waves and misses. 0-2.
A change up that side from Abad. Had Kiermaier way out in front of that pitch.
Pomeranz went 3, had to come out because of an injury. Taylor and now Abad for the Red Sox. And a 2-strike pitch. Now the fight for a spot in the Champions League continues for Liverpool. Catch Nesson's encore presentation of Liverpool versus West Ham tomorrow night at 7. Every point counts. Catch all the action tomorrow night at 7 right here on Nesson. One out, one on. Fly ball pretty well hit. Bradley backing up to the track, still backing up with room. He's got it right in front of that bleacher bar. Runner's going to try and advance. The throw into second won't get him. So Beckham pretty aggressive there, picks up 90 feet.
Yeah, it's a very good base running play, and you taught that, on a fly ball that you know is not going to get out of the ballpark, but it's deep. Go back at first base and tag up. The play's in front of you, and you can see just how far Bradley is from second base. He's going to have a very difficult time going back to that distance and throwing you out. So, Bradley's expecting it, but Beckham tags and gets himself in a scoring position with 2 outs. That's very heads up, very good baseball. You know it's not going to go off the wall. You know it's not going to be a home run. So you just tag up and go.
John Farrell coming out. So that'll do it for Abad, with Sucre set to hit next. He wants Barnes. So we'll take the break as well. Tampa Bay in front 3-2 here in the 6th inning at Fenway, and we'll have more in a moment. On Nesson is brought to you by LL Bean, inspiring products designed for a reason. 3-2 Tampa Bay in the 6th inning. They have a runner at second base. Red Sox go to the pen, and it'll be Matt Barnes coming in at 3-1, a .440 earned run average. Trying to stay away from the home run ball. That's bit him a few times. He's allowed 3 home runs and 14 in the 3rd. He does have a dozen strikeouts. And inherits a man at second with 2 away, and the batter will be Sucre, who's been trouble for the Red Sox today as a sac fly to drive in a run and an RBI single.
He's had a big game out of that 9 spot in the batting order.
You see, he just tapped Christian Vasquez on the shoulder. Remember, Sucre, when Vasquez was the runner at third, drilled him inadvertently with a throw. Caught him right in the back. Looked like he was apologizing for that.
He's probably thanking him for it. That didn't go out in left field.
There's that too. And eventually Vasquez would be cut down at home plate trying to score on a ground ball. Red Sox got 1 run in that inning but left the bases loaded. Beckham at second with 2 down. And strike 1. So Barnes, the 4th Red Sox pitcher to work today, including the starter Pomeranz. And the 0-1 pitch from the tall right-hander. One and 1. Red Sox are headed for St. Louis, back into National League City against the Cardinals, and then Oakland after that for 4. All of those games right here on Nesson, beginning on Tuesday night. Monday an off day for the Sox. Here's the whirl but no throw by Barnes. And now is 1-1 to Sucre.
Oh, what was that?
Good question.
This looks to me like a pretty good pitch. A fastball looked like it caught the inside corner.
Sure did. Caught a lot of the plate. Beckham single. He advanced to second alertly on a deep fly ball to center. It was caught by Jackie Bradley. The 2-1. Fly ball right field. Mookie Betts plenty of space on the back pedal to put it away. No runs a hit, 1 man left. Red Sox looking for more offense, down by a run. DD Perks. You can earn a free beverage when you enroll and speed past the line with on-the-go ordering. DD Perks, everyone deserves an upgrade. Download the Dunkin' app today. Speeding past the line may not be possible at all locations. Happy Mother's Day from all of us at Nesson. Bottom half of the 6th inning. Tampa Bay up by 1. And Hanley Ramirez to lead things off, a strikeout, a ground out, trying to get his timing back here today. He's hitless. He'll be followed by Moreland and Vasquez. Andriese back out there for his 6th inning. He's at 100 pitches. You wonder if it was a crack in the armor last inning when the Red Sox came up with 3 hits. Andy walked a batter. And with the bases loaded, Benintendi laced a liner to center that was caught by Kiermaier. Bounding ball. Little bobble by Longoria. Low throw and bobbled at first. Hanley's going to be safe.
Now Longoria made that throw on the run where I think he had time to set up and make the throw to first base. He first bobbles it, it goes back into his hand, and then right here is where he throws like an off-balance throw on the run where I think he had plenty of time to set up. And of course that ball hitting the grass and bouncing up and hitting Morrison at first base. So that's an error on Longoria and gives the Red Sox an opportunity here in the 6th inning.
Leadoff man aboard on the E5. Moreland has been quieted today, 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out. And he is due for a big hit.
Shift on to the infield, 3 men on the right side. Any kind of accident ground ball to third base, Longoria. That means Beckham's going to become the pivot man at second base.
Moreland attempting to bust out of a little 0 for 11. And a 1-0 from Andriese. Moreland going back to the start of 2012. He's played in 33 games against Tampa Bay, hitting .308 against them with 5 homers. Most pitches in a game this year for Andriese is 113. This will be number 105. They have 2 men working in their bullpen. Red Sox pen is quiet right now. Hanley Ramirez on at first on the error. And Andriese with a 2-1 now to Moreland. And he bounced it. Good count for the lefty hitter. Wind has been blowing out to right. So a left-hand hitter's breeze at the moment.
Yeah, we saw the ball Barrero hit, the right-hander that got over the head of Souza Jr. Good time to launch one right now.
Vasquez on deck. Erasmo Ramirez and the left-hander Alvarado warming in the bullpen. Pitch number 107 from Andriese. It's on the way. And it's outside. Moreland continues to show good patience. He leads the ball club in walks. And Cash coming out. Let's see if he makes a move here. Vasquez, the scheduled hitter. And he has Ramirez ready to go in the bullpen, and he's made the call for him. So the day is done for Andriese. He does leave a runner at first and another at second. And Tampa Bay is a 3-2 lead. We'll have more in just a moment.
Now stay on top of the latest Red Sox news with NESN's free Red Sox text alerts. From breaking news to in-game alerts, NESN will make sure you are in the know. To sign up, just text Red Sox to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply.
Well, these hardy souls on hand. The Red Sox are trying to rally for the second consecutive inning. Andriese goes 5+. Look at all those pitches, though. 107 pitches without getting it out in the 6th inning.
Now let's see if the Red Sox go to the bunt here with Vasquez trying to move 2 men in a scoring position. Something that the Tampa Bay Rays are certainly expecting and protecting against.
So Erasmo Ramirez out of the bullpen after the error and the walk. Vasquez singled his last time. He's 1 for 2. Showing bunt. He takes one outside, throw back down to second. Hanley goes in with a hard slide as the ball pops free.
And we talk about that all the time. You know, those bunt situations, if they don't bunt the ball, a lot of times you'll see that pick off a tap at second base because the runner at second He's trying to get as big a lead as possible, biggest secondary lead as possible, so he can beat that force out at third.
He's 1 for 2.
There's a throw back in and a hard slide back in by Hanley. He slid late getting back to the bag. Lucky he didn't sprain his ankle.
Yeah, hit it kind of awkwardly, didn't he? Seems to be all right. 1st and 2nd. Bunt again, but that one a strike. He did not try and lay it down, and the count 1-1.
And again, where you want to go with this ball is down the third base line if you're bunting, because that first baseman can charge hard where the third baseman has to stay back.
Nobody out. Ramirez on in relief, and the 1-1 pitch now to the Red Sox catcher, and he bunts it foul. So the count 1-2. He could not get it down. Red Sox trail 3-2. They've been out hit 6-4. No bunt here, and down into the dirt. 2-2.
Vasquez still looking down for a sign, but nothing given by Butterfield. Swinging away here with 2 strikes.
Red Sox leading the season series 4-2 over the Rays. And the 2-2. Fly ball into center field. Kiermaier on the back pedal. He'll make the catch. Hanley Ramirez will tag in advance. He's easily into third base. So that's the tying run now at third. And 1 gone.
Well, you kind of get half a sacrifice there, don't you? You don't get the 2 men in scoring position, but with the long fly ball, you do get the man at third base, the potential tying run. So Vasquez takes congratulations from his teammates for advancing a run to the third base with only the 1 out.
So Jackie Bradley to get in. He has flied out twice in this one. If he flies out again here, assuming it is of decent depth, the Red Sox can tie the game. The outfield is deep. He'll take inside ball 1. Yankees have jumped out in front of Houston in the 7th inning 4-3. Kansas City leads Baltimore 7-5 there in the 5th inning. Two on, 1 out. 1-1 the count. This season now, if the Sox sweep the World Championship, Jordan's customers win free furniture and mattresses. They did it in 04 and did it in 07. They can do it again. Shop now during the monster deal plus 60. A ball, a strike on Bradley. Jackie Bradley with experience against Ramirez, and he's 2 for 9 off him with a double. (3-2) Tampa Bay here in the 6th. In a game that is in no hurry here this afternoon. And a 1-2 to Bradley. He takes inside.
Tries to change up again. He started him with a change up. Tried to put him away with a change up.
Devin Marrero on deck.
Now Sucre is going to put out signs in case the runner at first base goes where he's going to throw the ball. Let his infielders know.
Ramirez from the set, now to 2-2. Just a little bit low. And a full count on JBJ. And then Ramirez at third base, Mitch Moreland at first. 3-2. Struck him out. 2 down.
Got him on the changeup. A lot of changeups to Jackie in that at bat right there. And that's one of the reasons you don't send Moreland on the 3-2 count, because Bradley does strike out quite a bit.
Well, the last couple of innings have been frustrating for the Red Sox. They've had a lot of base runners, but they've only scored 1 run in the last 2. Left the bases loaded in the 5th. Now Marrero. He has gone 1 for 2 with a double. He scored a run last inning. Base hit would tie the ball game, but the Red Sox can no longer make an out and tie the game. Inning that started with an error and a walk, and he takes strike 1. A 3-2 Tampa Bay lead. Mookie Betts on deck. Ramirez with the pause, and now the 1-1. So now he's in front on Marrero. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And the only sign you look for here is the possible delay steal, but I don't think that's going to happen. Fastball away.
The 1-2. He drops it in there for strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts by Ramirez. The Red Sox with a golden chance. That goes by the boards. 3-2 Tampa Bay.
We're here in the top of the 7th where the Red Sox trail the Tampa Bay Rays 3-2 in the 7th inning. And it's Mother's Day, as we mentioned. We have some special Sox fans currently serving in Iraq in the military, and they want to wish their wives and their mothers happy Mother's Day. And we have a picture of those guys from left to right. We've got First Lieutenant Newton from Sudbury, Sergeant First Class Tierney from North Andover, and Sergeant Lyons from Shrewsbury. And they want to wish their wives and mothers happy Mother's Day, and happy Mother's Day to every mother out there.
Very nice. Thank you very much. And we appreciate that service so much. All Americans do. Matt Barnes pitching into the 7th inning now. 3-2 Tampa Bay. And Souza leading off. He's gone 0 for 3 here this afternoon. Couple of flyouts and a strikeout. Rubber game of the series. That wind really kicking up. And so Souza takes the time. Difficult playing conditions here this afternoon. Should not be the case in St. Louis, where the weather's going to be very, very nice and warm. It's going to feel like summertime. And when we come home, maybe it'll feel like summer.
Maybe.
I know that while we're gone, it's going to get into the 80s.
It's about that time. You know, it's the middle of May.
Jumping right over spring, I think. The 2-0 in for a strike. Very little offense in this one. A total of 10 hits. Tampa Bay has 6 of them. Souza talking over the strike zone with Laz Diaz. And Barnes with a 2-1 offering. Souza 1 for 5 against Matt Barnes in his career, and he has struck out 4 times. Right-hander out of Connecticut with a 2-2. He's run it full.
Didn't miss that by very much. Top of the strike zone, just a little bit above the zone.
Oh, it's been frustrating for the Red Sox. Last 2 innings, they've stranded 5 base runners.
Yeah, very frustrating.
Could have put a real hurt on Tampa Bay. And he'll walk him. So Souza's on for the first time.
The Sox will hit the road for a 6-game trip with stops in St. Louis and Oakland. And don't miss a game and import the NESN Red Sox calendar into your favorite desktop, web, or mobile calendar today. You'll get automatic updates, game reminders, and much more. Visit NESN.com/schedule to import your schedule today.
Barnes walking the leadoff man, and now the dangerous Corey Dickerson, who tripled in the first inning out into the triangle. Came in to score. Since then, he has struck out 2 times. Matt Barnes would love a double play ball here, and fires in strike 1.
Souza at first base, not really a threat to go. Does not have a steal all season long.
Toss over by Barnes, but he saw that coming. Dickerson with decent power so far, 6 home runs. And the 0-1. Right at the bottom of the zone. Tough pitch at 95. 0-2. The game began on time. That was a bit of a stunner. But the weather did not stop the Red Sox from getting the game underway as scheduled, and we have not had a delay during the contest. That might be just as surprising. Line shot past the diving Moreland into right field. Souza rounding. He's into third safely. And Tampa Bay now has men on the corners and nobody out.
And you start working to the big part of the lineup too. Longoria, Morrison coming to the plate. Line drive by the dive of Moreland at first base, and very quickly here, first and third with nobody out. Sounded like a broken bat. I don't know if it was, but the contact sounded like it broke. It might have broke the bat, but the ball hit very hard by the dive of Moreland.
So trouble for Barnes. First two men are aboard for Longoria. Already has an RBI today with a sacrifice. Also walked and flied out to right. And at the moment, a one-run game. Tampa Bay ahead 3-2. Longoria with 5 home runs, got off to a quick start. He has 17 at Fenway in his career. That's the second most among active players to Jose Bautista, who has 24 here. Fouled away. Longoria also now with 99 career RBIs against the Red Sox, behind only Bautista and Robinson Cano. Robinson Cano with 114 against Boston. All those years with the Yankees, he was trouble. And the set by Barnes with men at first and third, nobody out. Here's the 1-1. Longoria also trailing Carl Crawford in hits against the Red Sox. Remember Carl Crawford? Briefly a member of the Red Sox. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Right past him.
Chasing that high. Looked like a slider that time from Barnes. That ball up and out of the zone, and underneath is Longoria. Longoria looking for something he can get in the air in this situation. Get that man home from third base.
Does have 2 career home runs against Barnes, who is trying to punch him out. The 2-2 fouled off to the right. Tonight, an all-new episode of the Ultimate Red Sox Show presented by AAA. We go one-on-one with Hanley Ramirez and recap the plays of the week. That's tonight at 6 right here on NESN. Souza the runner at third, Dickerson at first. 2-2 now from Barnes to Longoria, will not be made. Two once again. Line drive and a base hit to center. Souza across and into second base is Dickerson. An RBI for Longoria, his second of the day, and that opens up a 4-2 lead for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Longoria gets the fastball. Second RBI, as you mentioned, got one on a sacrifice fly back in the first inning, and now picks up his 18th RBI of the season. Fastball right down the middle. And Longoria taking it into center field for the base hit. Covering the ground out there is Jackie Bradley, gets it back in, but the Rays got a chance to have a big inning here. Nobody out, 2 men on base. They've added a run already. Souza, that leadoff walk.
Meanwhile, the left-hander Robbie Ross Jr. throwing in the Red Sox bullpen, which has already used 3 men today because Pomeranz went short due to injury. NESN's looking for youth baseball and softball teams to be a part of our live studio audience in NESN Clubhouse. You can enter your son or daughter's team by visiting NESNClubhouse.com and clicking the studio audience button for your chance to win this once in a lifetime opportunity. Logan Morrison singled in the first inning. Since then he's flied out twice, 1 for 3. Two men on for the Rays and a run in. They lead it 4-2. Barnes has yet to get an out here in the 7th. Dickerson at second, Longoria on at first. And that was his 100th RBI against the Red Sox in his career. He had some years where he was just as much a nemesis against the Red Sox as anybody. 1-1. A ball and a strike on Morrison. You heard Laz Diaz clapping his hands there with the gloves on, trying to get Morrison back in the batter's box. Technically, you're not supposed to leave it. The umpires rarely enforce that. Here comes the 1-1. Jump back out of the way. 2 balls, 1 strike. Fans, be sure to stop by Plainridge Park Casino. Plainridge Park Casino, 45 minutes from Boston. A run across for the Rays. They lead 4-2 after the Longoria single. And the 2-1 from Barnes. Foul back.
Trying to keep that fastball up against Morrison. He's a very good low ball hitter.
The Rays are heading to Cleveland in a 3-game series against the Indians. Be facing some very good pitching. Carrasco, Salazar, and Tomlin going for the Tribe of Terry Francona. Right now in second place in the Central, behind those still surprising Minnesota Twins, who are in first place and have won 4 in a row. Inside, knocked him forward with a fastball in tight. 3-2.
Trying to keep that ball down in the zone, but this time way too far inside and just misses the belt buckle of Morrison. Morrison had a tough time keeping his balance after that.
So the count 3-2 with runners at first and second, nobody out. Barnes is scuffling here. He has not gotten an out. And the 3-2. He struck him out. Morrison with that elevated fastball goes down hacking.
Yeah, he has a tendency to chase that pitch, but that one was way up and out of the strike zone. And Morrison immediately upset with himself after chasing ball 4.
Lexus is making a pledge to strike out hunger. For every strikeout by a Red Sox pitcher, Lexus donates $50 to the Greater Boston Food Bank.
Well, this staff this year, Lexus ought to do all right with those strikeouts.
Yeah. 16 of them yesterday by Red Sox pitching. Weeks has struck out once. He's also singled and hit into a fielder's choice. 4-2 Tampa Bay. Top of the 7th. Time was granted there. So no pitch.
Winks just putting that hand up, and that's very late right there to allow the time.
One away, man. The first pitch on the way to Weeks. That's a strike. Yeah, Cash getting that explanation from Diaz that the first pitch was a no pitch. Diaz could have been a little more demonstrative on that. And Barnes with the 0-1. Again, Worrells does not throw. The Red Sox are getting help today in the division. Right now they're not taking advantage of it. The other games are not final, but Houston leads the Yankees 6-4 in the bottom of the 7th inning. And Kansas City now leads Baltimore 8-5 in the 7th. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Now Red Sox trail by 2. They've got 9 outs left in this ball game. Got to put them back in the dugout here very quickly.
Barnes would love to dial up a double play right here. Foul tip to the mitt. 1-2 on Weeks. Now, the best record in baseball right now belongs to those Houston Astros, who lead the Yankees fairly late. 25-11. They've won 5 straight. And they are really dominating their own division. They're 17-6 against the West. That could wind up being a runaway. Cut on and missed. Weeks goes down swinging. 2 gone.
Well, looks like the slider that time, and out comes John Farrell. You got Miller coming to the plate. You got a left-hander Robbie Ross loose in the bullpen. It looks like he's going to make the move. There's the breaking ball right there. More of a kind of a cut fastball that time, it looked like, from Barnes to pick up the strikeout, a high pitch.
Well, he rebounded after walking 2 singles to fan the next 2 men. Here comes the lefty, and we'll have more from Fenway right after this. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien with you here on Mother's Day at Fenway. A 4-2 Tampa Bay lead. And they're threatening with runners at first and second. John Farrell dips into the bullpen again and brings on Robbie Ross Jr. Just promoted back to the big club. About to make his 6th appearance of the season. A 3.38 ERA. And brought on to face Brad Miller, the lefty hitter. who has walked. He's also struck out twice. And he goes hacking for strike one. Two down. Last two men have fanned. And the count moves to 1-1.
The Red Sox last time had success. Abad did against Miller, keeping the ball away from him. First two pitches from Ross away from Miller.
Dickerson at second, Longoria at first. And Ross trying to hold and fires in a strike to make it 1-2. It's already been a long afternoon here, but Ross has to be sharp to keep the Red Sox in it. Right now, a 2-run deficit, but time to do something about that. And a 1-2. Miller with 10 career at bats against Ross Jr. He has 3 hits, but Robbie has struck him out 4 times. Trying to make it 5 here. And that just missed according to the umpire. The count will go full.
Tried to come back to the inside corner that time and just missed. It was supposed to be away, stayed inside and just missed the corner.
Runners will be taking off now with 2 down and a full count. 3-2 they go, and he struck him out swinging. Good work done by Robbie Ross again. 2 men left. A run does score. 4-2 Tampa Bay. We're going to keep it right here. The season's here, but that doesn't mean it's too late to play fantasy baseball. Go to yahoo.com/fantasy baseball to join an existing Yahoo season-long fantasy baseball league. We'll keep it right here inside the ballpark at Fenway.
Each game you aid in these life-changing efforts by supporting the 50-50 raffle. This afternoon's winning numbers are now posted on the center field video board. And now, before Josh Cantor leads us in singing of Take Me Out to the Ball Game on the Fenway organ, we ask you to please rise. Here to perform God Bless America, we welcome back Fabiana Marie.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America.
pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. TC, Dennis Eckersley, and Steve Lyons will preview the Red Sox next series in St. Louis against the Cardinals.
Back at Fenway, last half of the 7th. And the Red Sox are down by 2 to the Tampa Bay Rays here on getaway day for the Sox. They're headed for Logan right after this is over. Then on to St. Louis. Mookie Betts with a walk, a pop-up, and a fielder's choice today. So it's the top of the order, Pedroia, and then Bogaerts after him. Facing Erasmo Ramirez. He came on in the 6th inning for Andres, the starter, who can win it.
And Ramirez, he throws a lot of those changeups. Changeup that time to Betts. Had him a little bit off balance. Looks like he wants another changeup.
Same result, cut and a miss, strike 3, a rare whiff for Mookie Betts, 1 away.
Yeah, it's strange to see Mookie strike out. He usually gets a piece of the baseball, but that time back-to-back changeups gets him.
So a man gone for Pedroia. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI single. Got the Red Sox to within a run with a base hit in the 5th. Dustin batting .290 with 2 homers. Fouls it away for strike 1. Very aggressive cut on that first fastball. A cool, wet day at Fenway. The 0-1. Strike 2.
Pedroia and Diaz in a conversation about that last pitch, and they're still chatting back there. Pedroia has been upset this series about a lot of outside pitches that have been called strikes.
Here comes John Farrell.
He's telling him he can't come out and argue balls and strikes, and Farrell's saying, I'm just coming out to protect my player. That's what's going on right here. Pedroia's had it, I'm telling you. He's had it with the outside pitches that have been called strikes. Did you hear Diaz say we're good? We're good? Talking about him and Pedroia. There's the last pitch. Very close. But Pedroia's had a number of those called on him the last couple of nights, and he's about had enough of the outside corner.
Well, now he's in the hole 0-2. And fouls that one away. And you see what happens when a pitch is on the corner or off the corner like that. He's got to protect on the next one.
Pedroia probably saying something like, I couldn't hit that with a 2x4.
4-2 Tampa Bay, 7th inning. Ramirez with the 0-2. Red Sox will next be back home on the 23rd against Texas. 3 games against the Rangers. Then Seattle comes in. Foul tipped into the mitt. Down he goes, strike 3. Back-to-back Ks by the right-hander.
That changeup really good for Murris right now. That's how he got Mookie Betts. That's how he gets Pedroia with the 2 strikes on him. He goes back to the off-speed pitch to changeup. Foul tip into the glove of Sucre.
Xander Bogaerts now. He's doubled in a run, struck out and walked today. Sox only have 4 hits. And 3 of those came in the 5th inning. When they were beginning to reach Andres. He survived that inning by getting out of a bases loaded jam, and the Red Sox scored only 1. And That was a great shot for the Red Sox to score. Then they had runners at first and second, nobody out in the 6th inning, and did not score. (1-0), a strike. Benintendi on deck. The bases are empty. And Xander Bogaerts getting a time from Laz Diaz. (1-1) coming. A lot of talking with the umpire, and that wasn't a beef there.
No, that's just Bogaerts asking, look, I swung at a pitch. Was it a good pitch? That's all he wants to know. Was it a strike that I swung at?
Our microphone's picking up a lot of conversation.
And there's been a lot of conversation back there today, which there normally is.
2-2. Xander is yet to hit one out of the ballpark here into the middle of May. After 21 last season. Ramirez 2-2. Ground ball, routine stop there by Beckham at short. And that's all for the Red Sox. They go 1-2-3 in the 7th, 4-2 Tampa Bay. Red Sox Game Day Live presented by DCU. TC, Dennis Eckersley, and Steve Lyons will preview the Rodriguez start on Tuesday against the Cardinals. DCU is Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? Dustin Pedroia was continuing to talk with the home plate umpire Diaz after the final out of the inning. We are on to the 8th inning, 4-2 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, after things cool off a little bit, you know, from the heat of the moment, then they get together, a veteran player, a veteran umpire, and they talk things over. And, you know, Pedroia just probably questioning, you know, I don't know what an outside strike is right now. And then Diaz, you know, giving him his explanation. And it goes on and on and on. And, you know, they leave, and, you know, two professionals say, okay, that's it.
That certainly wasn't a screaming match.
No, not at all. Just a discussion. Foul
back by Beckham.
That's the pitch that Pedroia didn't like, and telling him it's a ball, and then it finally strikes out, and then they have the conversation between innings. You know, so you know, that's what a guy that's been around a long time has the ability to do. Now, a younger player, that conversation is not going to happen.
Lash foul by Beckham, was walked, flied out, and singled. Then it's Kiermaier and then Sucre, bottom third of the order for the Rays. Some mounting frustration with the Red Sox because they've been held to 4 hits. They've had some better scoring chances that they have not capitalized on. That one drills him. That one got away from Robbie Ross and hits Beckham. So the leadoff man is on in the 8th.
That's the last thing Ross wants to do in this situation is put a runner on base. Gets Beckham right in the backside. Not a bad place to get hit if you're going to get hit.
Right in the wallet. So the leadoff man aboard for Kiermaier. 1 for 2 with a double and a sacrifice bunt today. Had a wild one going in New York. In the first of 2 today, the Yankees have taken a 10-6 lead in the 8th inning. Kansas City and Baltimore is now 8-7 Royals. Royals had a big lead. I think it was 8-1.
And Kiermaier's not going to like that call. He thought that pitch was too high. There's the last pitch.
The 0-2 to Kiermaier. Way outside all the way to the backstop. Beckham will race into second and stop there. So Ross taking a walk on the wild side with a hit batsman and a wild pitch.
That's like the pitch he threw at Beckham, except it hit Beckham. He was a right-handed hitter, but the ball just way overthrown by Ross with 2 strikes.
Robbie can be wild on occasion. You wonder about maybe a slick baseball being a possibility. That was nowhere near. A big cut and a miss by Kiermaier, and he goes down hacking.
He stays with the fastball all that time and elevates it a little bit, and Kiermaier chases it. Again, that pitch, you know, probably out of the strike zone, but he had one called in that direction, or that area earlier in the at bat, so you feel like you got to swing at it.
Lexus is making a pledge to strike out hunger. Every time a Red Sox pitcher fans a Rays player, Lexus will donate $50 to the Greater Boston Food Bank. Called strike here on Sucre, the catcher, who has driven in a pair of runs here this afternoon. One on a sac fly, one on a solid base hit. On a day where runs have been difficult to come by. 1-1. Red Sox beginning to run out of chances in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Benintendi, Ramirez, Moreland, the scheduled batters against the Rays bullpen, which is very active right now. Beckham at second with 1 out and a 1-1. High fly foul on a play.
Look at the offense today for the Rays, and it's been 2 guys. Sucre with the 2 RBI, sacrifice fly, base hit, and Longoria with a sacrifice fly and base hit to drive in 2 runs.
Ross stretches and deals and left it outside. Two and two. Beckham off the bag at second. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and that'll be ball 3 with Souza on deck. Stanek, who was just called up from the minor leagues. Alvarado has pitched in this series. He's the lefty. A full count on Jesus Sucre. Payoff pitch. And up high for ball 4. So Sucre's good day continues. He reaches base. That'll put runners at first and second. And the top of the order now, Souza, who walked and scored in the 7th inning. That was a big run. He's 0 for 3 on the day. Red Sox right now 12-8 at home and just 7-9 on the road, which is where they head tonight, going to St. Louis. No baseball on Monday. That's a day off, but a 2-game series against the Cardinals on Tuesday. High chop along third. Fair ball. Heck of a stab. The throw. The stretch. He got him. And Moreland with a terrific play because he got the out at third base first.
Yeah, I think he tagged third base first.
That's
and then
a double
went across
play.
the diamond and get it out. So it's a double play.
Moreland with a terrific stretch there, but what a stab there by Marrero, who got the bag and then got the out at first.
That may be something they want to look at, the Rays, but I thought he did get the bag. We'll take another look at it and see. Now let's see. There's a pick on the ground ball. Does he tag the bag? Yes, he does tag the bag. What a play by Marrero. Then goes across the diamond. And one hops at the first base. Nice stretch by Moreland. So, yeah, that's clearly a double play.
Well, we'll see if that gives the Red Sox a big lift defensively. We'll take the break. Devin Marrero paying dividends at the hot corner. Our player to bank on, presented by Capital One Banking Reimagined.
Well, big play at third base. Great play at third base by Marrero, catching the ball, tagging the bag, and a nice stretch at the other end by Moreland to get a double play. That happened so quick it surprised everybody in the ballpark.
And Ross just thrilled with the outcome on a very tough twin killing. So we head to the last half of the 8th inning. Sometimes you'll see a defensive gem like that really lift a ball club. Alvarado is the new pitcher, the left-hander. He'll face Benintendi. Ramirez and Moreland scheduled to follow. Benintendi 0 for 3, trying to bust out of a mini slide here. He is 0 for his last 18. His average has now dipped below 300. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning at Fenway, 4-2 Tampa Bay. And he grounds that one routinely to Miller, who will flip on to get him, 1 man away. So Benintendi right now in a bit of a rut. Hanley Ramirez next. Hanley's gone 0 for 3 today. Did reach on an error in the 6th inning. 4 runs, 8 hits, an error for Tampa Bay. 2 runs on just 4 hits. No errors for the Red Sox. Trying to fight back here in the finale of the series. This game has been played without delay and began on time. And the lefty deals. Ball 1.
Got a good live fastball, 97 on that last fastball of Hanley.
Alvarado, another one who is in no hurry with a 1-0 pitch. I think they probably do have the slowest delivering staff in all of baseball. I know a couple of their starters, Archer's one of them, take more time than just about anyone to deliver a pitch. That was the case with Matt Andrews here today as well. 1-1 big cut. That was a home run swing, and it's 1-2.
Well, they take their time, but you look at the scoreboard, and they've given up 4 hits and just 2 runs, and we're in the 8th inning. Hanley losing his helmet.
Alvarado.
I mean, it was Alvarado losing his hat on that pitch.
Yep. 4 rather lonely hits for the Red Sox today. And the southpaw with a 1-2. And he missed in. 2-2. The Blue Jays have won again. They beat Seattle 3-2. Toronto's won 5 straight. They're getting back in it. Had to think they would. Ground ball toward the hole, picked up by Longoria, off balance, high throw, took him off the bag, and he's safe. So the Red Sox have a base runner with 1 down in the 8th.
That's the 2nd time today Longoria has made one of those off balance throws that has kind of sailed on him to first base. I thought maybe he'd spin all the way around on this and try to throw, but no, he doesn't. He comes around and makes that off balance throw, and it's going to be high at first base. Made a nice play getting to the baseball. I'm sure that's going to go as a base hit for Hanley Ramirez.
Now there was a lunging tag there by Morrison, and ooh.
Now that's they're going to look at.
So this play is under review.
Oh, if they get an out on that, that's quite a play by Morrison.
Yeah, terrific recovery there. Tagged him in the midsection. But was his foot already on the bag?
Let's take another look. I think the foot might have been on the bag.
I would agree on that one.
Just barely. Yeah.
That should be a base hit.
Should be a base hit.
You would not expect this to take too long, and they're already coming back with a decision. And he's safe. So that will be a hit. No reversal there. Moreland will climb in a moment. Actually, looks like now Chris Young is going to be announced. Cash is waiting for that. And only now that's happening. So he's crossing the line. He's going to bring in a right-hander to face Young, who will hit for Moreland here. So the wheels are spinning in a close game, 4-2 Tampa Bay here in the 8th. They'll bring on the right-hander Stanek, who was just called up from the minor leagues, and we'll be back with more in just a moment. It's $500 to Boston Children's Hospital. Stop by your local Speedway and quench your thirst with a refreshing fountain soda or Speedy Freeze, any size, just 69 cents. Well, Cash will go back to his bullpen. They just sent out Blake Snell after last night's start. They're going to bring on Ryan Stanek from Durham, 25 years old. He is named after the Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg. Despite being born into a family of Cardinals fans, it's just the third Ryne in Major League history.
And making his Major League debut. How about this? I mean, you got a 2-run lead in the 8th inning. Major League debut.
And it'll be against Chris Young, called on to hit for Mitch Moreland. John Farrell hoping to catch a little lightning in a bottle here by bringing Young up to swing. He does have 2 pinch hit home runs in his career, and he'll take it down low. And this guy throws very hard.
100 miles an hour on that last fastball.
He's got the Three Musketeers look. 1 out. Hanley at first, and that ran in and almost hit him.
Not much reaction time when a guy's throwing 100.
25-year-old is a little amped up. He's gone to 3-0 on Young. Vasquez on deck. Sox down 2 in the 8th. Just on the corner, barely, and the count 3-1. Christian Vasquez next. Red Sox will need a new first baseman. And the 3-1. Line drive center field, closing Kiermaier. He makes the play. Sox have hit a couple right at him here this afternoon. Hit just like that. Jackie Bradley had one earlier.
That was a line shot by Young, too. Didn't take very long at all to get in that glove of Kiermaier in center field. You see where Kiermaier is set up a couple of steps in, and he's right there to make the catch. That ball was a rocket.
And Benintendi hit one like that with the bases loaded in the 5th inning for the 3rd out. Vasquez has struck out, singled, and he's flied to center. Stanek's first one spins him around a bit, again at 100.
This guy was a starting pitcher at one time in his minor league career. Last year split between AA and AAA, and they turned him into a reliever. I can see why too. When you can get the velocity up there at 99, 100 miles an hour, tough to maintain that as a starting pitcher, but out of the bullpen, pretty smart move by the Rays.
Two gone. Hanley Ramirez, after that infield hit, still glued to first base, and the 1-1. Over but low. Sox trying to rally. They have been trailing most of the day. Game was tied in the 1st inning. Ground ball up the middle, and that'll squeak through for a base hit for Vasquez. Hanley Ramirez stopping at second.
Now Vasquez picks up his 2nd hit of the day. 2 for 4 afternoon as he takes that ground ball up the middle. Against a guy throwing that hard, you just got to try to make some contact, and he provides a lot of the power for you. That ball down low. Nice piece of hitting there by Vasquez.
And Cash heading out again. He'll take the baseball away from the right-hander and go to the pen yet again. So we'll take the break as well. Tampa Bay goes to the bullpen with a 4-2 lead. Summary brought to you by Xfinity. Andrews was pretty tough while he was in there, but he threw over 100 pitches. Dickerson's 2 for 4. Pomeranz had to exit because of injury. Bogart's 1 for 3 with a double and an RBI. Rays go back to the pen and bring on their closer, Alex Colomé. After Stanek came out throwing 100 miles an hour. Gave up a base hit. Hanley Ramirez had already reached on a single, so that puts runners at first and second. 2 down, and Jackie Bradley about to step in what is now the longest game of the season for the Red Sox.
Well, let's see Bradley get one of those cut fastballs inside, pull the ball, get it up in a win, and put it in the bullpen. How about that?
I like the way you think. See if that happens. Bradley 0 for 3, a fly out to left, a fly out to center, and a strikeout. In for strike one. Sox up to 6 hits, Tampa Bay with 8. So the game right now at 3 hours 54 minutes in terms of time, the longest game of the season, beating a game that went extra innings. 0-2.
That's the cutter I was talking about right there. Throws a lot of them. That time it was inside, but no contact by Bradley. 88 miles an hour on the cut fastball.
Tying run at the plate here in the bottom of the 8th. On the bases, the go-ahead run at the plate and the pitch. Down he goes, hacking for strike 3. Jackie Bradley 0 for 4 today. Colomé does the job and strands 2. Still 4-2 Tampa Bay, 8 hits, and that's it so far for Tampa Bay. Sox held to 6 as Rutledge has to go in to play first base after Moreland was hit for. The Red Sox threatening again in the 8th, but left 2 men on the strikeout by Jackie Bradley. They left 2 men in the 6th inning and 3 in the 5th. And Dickerson to lead off here in the 9th inning. He has a couple hits today, a triple and a single. He's gone 2 for 4. And he's going to drop that one into left field for his 3rd hit today. So that's how the 9th inning gets underway for the Rays.
He's had a good day. 3 for 5. His 2 outs with strikeouts, but a triple and 2 singles.
So Longoria will be next. He drove in a run with a single in the 7th inning and another run in the 1st inning with a sacrifice fly. Ross staying on to deliver and misses downstairs. Red Sox will have due up in the bottom of the 9th. Marrero, Betts, and Pedroia. And Ross with a 2-0. In there for a strike. Laz Diaz maybe opening up the plate a little bit. Well, the Yankees won. They beat Houston 11-6. 2-2. Kansas City trying to hang on against Baltimore. 8th inning, 9-7 Royals. Yankees and Baltimore tied for first in the division. A 3.5 game lead over the Red Sox coming into play today. And a 2-2 to Longoria. And a base hit up the middle. Back-to-back singles. Taking off Dickerson. He wants third. He's going to get there. Very aggressive. And they're on the corners.
Now Longoria, he's had 2 RBIs in the game today. A sacrifice fly in the first, a base hit in the 7th to drive in a run, and now a very quick first and third situation against Robbie Ross.
And a dangerous hitter in Morrison next. He's 1 for 4 today, but 10 home runs for him, including one yesterday. Tampa Bay with 10 hits to the Red Sox 6.
Red Sox obviously have to pull the infield in here, down by 2 runs, 9th inning. They're in the shift, but the infield is in.
And Ross deals. Late cut by Morrison for strike 1. He is 0 for 7 against the left-hander. This game right at the 4-hour mark. 0-2 on a home run swing. Dickerson at third, Longoria at first after their base hits. Southpaw trying to fan Morrison. The 0-2. He would not chase. Weeks on deck. Nobody out. And the 1-2.
Trying to get him to chase that outside pitch, but he won't do it so far. 2 in a row out there.
Big run at third base for the Rays here in Dickerson. And the 2-2 to the cleanup hitter. A wave and a miss. That one disappeared on him for strike 3.
Very good slider there by Robbie Ross to pick up the strikeout. Big strikeout. Obvious to him at first and third. There's the break. Down and away. Not even close with the contact as Morrison on that pitch.
Well, he got a huge double play last inning on a nifty stab and tag at third and throw by Marrero. Could use another one right here. Weeks the batter. He's gone 1 for 4. This is certainly a swing and miss team. They have struck out 10 times today against the Sox. 16 times yesterday. 1-0 will miss. 2-0 on Weeks. (4-2) Tampa Bay in the 9th. And now suddenly 3-0.
And Weeks might have the green light here on the 3-0 count. Got a left-hander on deck. Weeks certainly has the power to hit one out.
So far, a couple of home runs. And the 3-0 in there for a strike. Weeks has hit 161 home runs in his career, so he's always had good power. One out, 2 on, the 3-1 pitch. Strike 2. He didn't think so.
A little bit of a gift right there, I believe. Looked like that pitch might have been away. Weeks doesn't like it. Diaz and Weeks continue their conversation and get back in there for the 3-2 pitch.
Couldn't tell who said it. It sounded like one of them said, "You got replay." 3-2. Base hit into center field. In comes Dickerson. That makes it 5-2 Tampa Bay, and a big hit there by Weeks. So 5-2 Rays. That's their 3rd hit in the inning.
Looks like he tried to go to the slider again to Weeks, and that time Weeks getting the good part of the bat on the ball and taking it up the middle for the base hit. So a big run. Still only 1 out here in the top of the 9th inning.
Carl Willis paying a mound visit. Red Sox are going to get some activity going in the bullpen. And it's Heath Hembree. After the game, TC and Tim Wakefield back in the studio and getting ready to break this one down. The finale of this series here on Mother's Day. The Red Sox now trailing by 3 runs in the 9th. Brad Miller, the batter, he's gone 0 for 3 with a walk. He has been struck out 3 times. It is a bigger plate, no question about it. It's a pitcher's plate. First and second, and a big run in to make it 5-2 Rays. And the 0-1 knocked foul. Miller hitting just 189 with 2 home runs. Ross trying to put him away and pick up the strikeout here in the 9th. It's been a tough day weather-wise, but the clouds are starting to lift, and now you can see the top of the Prue, for example, for the first time I think all day.
Yeah, within the last 15 minutes. It started to brighten up a little bit.
Ever so slightly. Here comes the 0-2. Game began on time at 1:35 today, much to our surprise.
Looks like Ross lost his footing on that last delivery and just slipped on the mound. Looking to turn his ankle over. See that front foot just slide on him.
1-2. High fly ball lifted to center field. Backing up Bradley. Well shy of the track. Tagging up is Longoria. He's into third base standing. And they're 2 away. So they're on at first and third for Tim Beckham. Beckham's been on base 3 times, a walk, a single, and he was hit by a pitch by Ross in the 8th inning. 5-2 Rays here in the 9th, and John Farrell making his way out. He's got Hembree ready to go. So we will have another pitching change here at Fenway. Red Sox will bring on their 5th reliever in Hembree. Tampa Bay in front 5-2 in the ninth, and we'll have more in just a moment. The ninth inning, and Heath Hembree coming in. He threw an inning and a third of scoreless baseball on Friday night against Tampa Bay. Gave up one hit. He's not allowed an earned run in his last 15 2/3 innings. And Red Sox need him again. And a very long afternoon of baseball here at Fenway Park. Runners on at first and third for Tampa Bay. Drew Pomeranz only went 3. Triceps injury had him removed from the game. Then it was Ben Taylor, Fernando Abad, Matt Barnes, Robbie Ross, and now Heath Hembree. Beckham with a walk, a single, and struck by a pitch last time up. So on base 3 times. Red Sox with just 6 hits all afternoon. And Hembree works. There's a line drive and a base hit into left field. Longoria is in to score. Bobbled out there by Benintendi. That'll advance Weeks into third. As he stops there, throws coming to second base, and that'll make it 6-2.
That'll go as a base hit and an error on Benintendi. That'll be his second error of the season, excuse me, as that ball bounced up on him, and that allowed the man to go to third base. Right off the leg.
Red Sox first error today. And it's first and third again for Kiermaier. He doubled and scored back in the 4th inning. Tampa Bay lengthens the lead to 6-2. They have 4 hits here in the 9th. Foul back out of play for a strike by the lefty hitting Kiermaier. One of those games where the Red Sox have not shown much offensive life. The 0-1. Game was tied 1-1 after an inning, but Tampa Bay has led the rest of the day. And now they've doubled up the Sox in hits, 12-6. And Hembree with a 1-1. First and third for the Rays. We're trying to win the series. They can do that with a victory today. And Hembree's 2-1 to Kiermaier. Hit hard off the glove of the diving Bogarts. That'll be a base hit and produce another run. Weeks is in. That'll make it 7-2 Tampa Bay.
Now the biggest inning of the ball game right now offensively for either side. Kiermaier hitting the ball hard. Diving effort by Bogarts at shortstop, but deflects off his glove. One ball away and hit with underspin that time.
His second hit today off the leather, but that only slowed it down, and another run scores.
Had a sacrifice back at the second inning, and they eventually scored a run on a sacrifice fly. So Kiermaier's had a good day.
So is this man, Jesus Sucre, the catcher. He has 2 RBIs. So the bullpen unable to keep it close. Now 7-2. The Red Sox loss would put Boston at 19-18 going on the road for a 6-game trip. Hoping to get a couple of key guys back before the end of the month. Obviously David Price is number 1. The Paw Sox were rained out today, but he got his work in anyway. So the left-hander getting closer to his return. The 1-1 is outside. And Brock Holt also rehabbing, trying to get back from vertigo.
You've got a pitching dilemma now. I mean, you've got Pomeranz going out with an injury today of some sort, and no real number 5 guy. They're probably gonna have to go to the minor leagues to get somebody.
The 2-1 to Sucre, and he cuts and misses. Eduardo Rodriguez in game 1 against the Cardinals Tuesday, and Rick Porcello goes in game 2 before the Red Sox keep on motoring out west to Oakland, Northern California, to take on the A's. Runners lead at first and second, and another base hit into center field. Beckham will be brought in. Here's the throw home, and it's not a good one. The run scores to make it 8-2. Sucre with his 3rd RBI here this afternoon.
Yeah, he's like the player of the game, isn't he, for the Tampa Bay Rays today. Hitting out of the 9 spot, a sacrifice fly, a base hit to drive in a run. He's also walked. Another hit here in the 9th inning on a slider by Henry. And they've busted it wide open here in the 9th inning.
Yeah, they've scored 4 times to make it 8-2. That's their 6th hit in the 9th. Now the top of the order, and Souza becomes the 9th man to swing here in the 9th inning. First and second with 2 out. And he flares a foul out of play for strike 1. He has gone 0 for 4, but he did score a run in the 7th inning on a Longoria base hit. Longoria has 2 hits. Dickerson has 3. Weeks has a pair. So does Beckham. So does Kiermaier, and so does Sucre. Tampa Bay with 14 hits now. And Hembry's 0-1. So the Rays have opened up a 6-run lead in the 9th. It was a 4-2 game going into this inning. Red Sox were very much in it, but now down by half a dozen runs. Here comes the 0-2. Well outside. Been 11 different pitchers who have worked in this game for the 2 teams combined. Poke foul.
Seems like a lot of pitches considering the fact it was only a 2-run game. coming into the top of the 9th inning, but that's the way the afternoon has gone.
Yep. One and two on Souza. And swinging a high fly ball into left field. Benintendi already turning around, and that ball is out of here. Souza lost his helmet. Also lost the baseball into the monster seats. And a 3-run homer to really put this thing on ice. He got just enough to muscle it out of here for his 5th homer of the season to make it 11-2.
Slider that time, and right at the top of this wall, it looked like. Now John Farrell's going to come out and talk to the umpires about whether this ball was a home run or not. It looked like it landed right at the top of the shelf out there and on that left field wall. Take another look. Or was it fan interference? It looked like the fan reached over, but I think it would have hit that top of the on the shelf. They're going to look at it, though.
So boundary called. He'll take a look. John Farrell with a challenge.
I don't think there's any question the fan reached over, but I think he reached to the top of the shelf. We'll take another look.
Yeah, you've got that ledge out there.
Yeah, and on top of that ledge is a home run.
Right. Be really surprised if they brought this back. Right now, a home run and a 7-run 9th to make it 11-2. So feeling like an even longer afternoon, and it will be a home run for Souza. A 3-run blast. So this one really gets away here in the 9th. Take another look.
They made the right call.
Yep. Souza with his 5th home run of the season. That'll send up Dickerson, who began this inning with a base hit and has already scored here in the 9th. Kansas City hung on in a wild one to beat the Orioles 9-8. But the Yankees won 11-6 over Houston. And snaps a winning streak for the Astros of 5 in a row and ends the Yankees' 3-game losing skid. This is game 1 of a doubleheader, so another one coming between the Yankees and the Astros. In between those games, they're retiring Derek Jeter's number 2 at Yankee Stadium. This game at times has felt like 2 games.
Feels like a day-night doubleheader, doesn't it?
Right now, this game is pressing the 4.5-hour mark. That's 1 game. And the top of the 9th isn't over yet. 0-2 on Dickerson. No, Truck is going to do. They're going to add up all the pitches that have already been thrown in this game. 1-2 line drive, and that's a fair ball. That skips off the short fence. It caroms back, picked up by Benintendi. It'll be 2 bases. So Dickerson on for the 2nd time in this inning, and he has his 4th hit today.
Yeah, he's had quite a day. A triple back in the 1st inning. Single will start off this inning, and now a double. reaching out on a pitch that was away and just takes it down that third base line. That ball's up and away and probably not even close to being a strike, and still gets a hit on it.
And Carl Willis out to pay a mound visit to Hembree. So here comes Longoria again. And in this inning, he has singled his last 3 times up. He has a base hit. He's driven in a couple of runs here this afternoon. So he becomes the 11th Tampa Bay hitter here in the top of the 9th. They've scored 7 runs. And it's down low, ball 1. As of this moment, Jerry, there have been 357 pitches in this game. And you have seen every one of them. Little chopper back for Hembree. And mercifully, that inning is over. Tampa Bay scores 7. They lead it 11-2 as we go to the last half of the 9th.
Oh, yeah.
Still some energy in the ballpark. As we go to the bottom of the 9th inning, this is Danny Farquhar to make his 21st appearance. And he inherits a 9-run lead as Tampa Bay explodes for 7. And what has become by far the longest game of the season for the Red Sox. And not extra innings. And that one downstairs, ball 1 on Marrero, who has gone 1 for 3 with a double. 11 runs, 16 hits for Tampa Bay, 2 runs, only 6 hits for the Red Sox. And for most of the day, it was a close ball game. But it is no longer. The 1-1 fouled away. On deck Betts and then Pedroia.
Well, just last inning, I mean, in the 8th inning, I'm talking about Bradley maybe hitting a home run and the Red Sox to take a lead, right? Well, that 7 spot in the top of the 9th.
1-2 from Farquhar. Man, knocked him down high and tight. Marrero able to lean down and get out of the way.
Now I wonder why that might have been right there. Did they take exception to hitting Beckham, the shortstop? Or did that just get away?
Only one man knows for sure. 2-2. Fouled off the catcher. That one bit Sucre. Daniel Robertson taking over at third for Longoria, who had a good day with the bat and drove in a couple of runs. Sucre needing a moment.
Right off that left shoulder, and Sucre's had a heck of a day for the Rays back there today, and offensively especially.
2-2, a bounding ball to the right side. Miller crosses body with the throw to get him. One away. Top of the order, and Mookie Betts. Mookie without a hit today, although he did score a run in the first inning when the Red Sox tied at 1-1. He walked, stole a base. Xander Bogaerts drove him in with a double. Looked like the Red Sox might be off to the races offensively, but from that point the Red Sox have only scored one more run and only managed 6 hits. Matt Andriese would get the win and improve to 3-1. Tampa Bay puts this one to bed, and he only pitched 5 official innings and he threw 107 pitches. So that was not a dazzling performance. Drew Pomeranz had to come out with a triceps injury after just 3 innings. So he was not in there long.
After all is said and done in this game, I mean, it's going to be, you know, what is the Red Sox pitching rotation going to look like? We don't know, have no idea how bad the Pomeranz injury is, but we know what it's going to look like for the next few games. Rodriguez, Porcello, and Sale. But after that, it's anybody's guess.
It's a good question. And I think the up and down nature of the offense is another thing. And there's a high fly ball to left field. Dickerson back. He'll make the play. 2 down. Red Sox with a loss here go on the road just 1 game over 500. And this was an offensive performance that lacked any sizzle. Dustin Pedroia had an RBI single in the 5th inning. He's gone 1 for 3 here this afternoon. A game that is over 4.5 hours. I wouldn't be shocked if we found out after the game it's the longest 9-inning game of the season by quite a bit. Previously, the longest Red Sox game this year had gone 3:53, but that was extra innings. A pop up, and that should do it. Here comes Morrison. And Tampa Bay wins the game, and they win the series. And the final score 11-2 here this afternoon, TC, as the Red Sox go on the road.